Good morning, good morning. Give me 1 second, please. Thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. This is Best Spy Live Trading. Today is Tuesday, July 29th, 2025. We're live again from Princeton, New Jersey. What we will do on this live stream is the same as every other day, which is to trade the wind traps and trend direction using pivot point analysis, fundamental and technical analysis, and many more. Time is 9:28 on the board. A quick legal disclaimer, please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your financial situations. I am not a financial advisor and I do not recommend that you buy any securities or investments. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. CNBC says the news we have overnight says S&P 500 futures rise slightly on solid earnings as Fed decision looms. U.S. economic data. Consumer confidence and job openings coming out at 10 a.m. today. So 10 a.m. Important news coming out. Market is opening in 35 seconds. QQQ is at 560.89. SPY 638.39. So gap up open. It is important to mark the previous day 9:30 open as well as the 4 p.m. but you do not trade on those. You let the market build, okay? Because that is a gap below. What? The market is bullish. Pre-market. Or above QQQ, EMA, and POC. SPY at VWAP. Let's get it. 9:30 open. The bulls and bears are both fighting. The bulls are showing for 40 seconds at 9:30. Let's see if the candles stack consecutively. Time is 9:31. The MACD is slightly bullish. Bears are trying to trap the bulls on SPY. Time is only 9:31. QQQ is going higher. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA gapped up on China news and is above still. The market is painting a picture. QQQ wants to go higher. Time is only 9:31, so you know what I mean. Market just opened. Better to let them paint a picture and try to trap one side or another. It seems like there's a divergence coming. Not yet. SPY did not break the floor. SPY broke the floor just now. There's a divergence now by 1 minute. Time is 9:32. SPY is trying a bearish cycle. QQQ is following. Or it's a tiny trap. Let's see. Time is 9:32. So the wind direction is south trying on SPY. from 9:30 into 9:35. I'm going to go in small on QQQ, $800. Trying into 9:35. It's way too early to drop. How's it? This is bounce trying at 9:33, so 9:35 bounce trying. Sorry, the cycles are 9:32. So this could technically still be a 9:30 bear trap. Okay, QQQ is still bullish. This could bounce up, and 9:32 will stand as a 9:34 basically, and then it could bear trap everybody. Something like this is going on QQQ right now. 9:30, 9:35. SPY could bear trap everybody right here at 9:32. We'll see. And the divergence on the roof. This technically counts as a 9:30 floor for now. Okay, and this technically counts as a 9:30 roof for now as well. Time is 9:34. QQQ is going north from 9:30 into 9:35 at the minimum. SPY is undecided, waiting. QQQ is going higher for now. Okay, so looking at SPY to trade QQQ is very bad. Looking at QQQ to trade SPY is very bad because their MACD and volume and strength is different at different times. So QQQ is saying the wind is north, SPY is saying the wind is mixed. At 9:40ish, I'll probably leave, depending on what happens here at 9:35. I'm gonna see, because either SPY rejects here into 9:35, QQQ pulls back, or either QQQ runs up with SPY and then we go into 9:35. Time is 9:36, so it's about to happen right now. SPY is trying to go higher in QQQ. I'm gonna leave QQQ right now. They're going north for now. Wind is north. Time is 9:35, and they're going higher into 9:35, right? So something like 9:30 floor and 9:35 is trying. Because it could have been the roof or it could have been the floor at 9:31 or 9:32. It's trying something like this with QQQ. QQQ is still going higher. That's why I did small trade. I was testing the water basically. But I'm not going to hold into the next cycle, which is 9:40 right now. Time is 9:30. This is 9:36 peak, and then 9:40 is coming up right now. QQQ is going higher for this cycle. SPY is undecided. QQQ is at all-time highs. We gapped up and we're pushing up. There's no gap fill in QQQ. No gap fill in QQQ. Time is 9:40. So this is 9:40 high because 9:37 went higher than 9:36, right? So 9:40 HOD. And this is a 9:35 projection on SPY into 9:40 trying or something. Smaller cycle. I mean, the MACD on QQQ says we're going to go higher. The roof's going to continuously break. And SPY, looking like it's trying to break the roof into 940. Just the MACD is just a little bit slower. 5-minute MACD is there. Possibility is there for a roof break here on SPY as well. Into 940. Time is. So the wind is north on QQQ officially. SPY is trying to break the roof, right? So this would be the roof and this is the floor still, but it is trying to break the roof by trying to go up there, break through it, set a roof, clear the divergence. But I don't want to draw it yet. We are all the way at the top in this cycle, could be, so we could see some sort of a pullback and then go as well, but let's just see. Time is 9:40. We are not gap filling below. We are above VWAP. We are above, I believe, POC by a tiny bit. QQQ is at all-time highs. 571. There's no volume up here. It just went up to build volume up here. And the MACD and volume is there. Come on, the roof break is not coming yet. The roof break is not coming yet because QQQ is rejecting at 940 trying. Tiny bit. You still do not short this though because this is a no cycle confirmation short. This is one cycle, 940 into 945. You at least want a confirmation, right? 935 was a confirmation to go long on QQQ. 935 was a confirmation to go long on SPY as well. But now that it's 940, let's just see. Important what the video is doing, I think. Yeah, the video is trying to run back up. So maybe at some point today, if we do run past pre-market high, and QQQ running as well. Just somewhere up there, yeah. Time is 9:40. Just deciding what to do. Rejecting from the roof on QQQ into 941, 945, trying. This is one cycle, no confirmation shorting. So I mean, if you see a green candle before 943, don't be surprised. That's all I'm saying. Okay, this could go into 945, but you know what I mean. We could bounce back up to the roof immediately before 945 because this is one cycle, no confirmation shorting. So if somebody went on the top, you know, and they get these big red candles, I would probably leave into them because, you know what I mean, you do not know by 945 if we're going to break the roof, which we easily could. even though we're going north, even though we're going, a little bit south right now from 940. Time is 9:42. So QQQ is trying to bounce, right? SPY, if it goes lower into 943, then this is 940 into 945 going lower, and the 945 is going to decide what to do. It looks like they're going to go lower into 943, but I just want to wait. I'm going to wait for a confirmation to short. I'm going to wait for a confirmation to long. It looks like they're going lower though into 945. Yep, they went lower into 943 at the minimum. Time is 9:43. Now bounce maybe trying. Nope, no bounce. Bounce was looking like it was trying, and no bounce. At 9:45. So at 9:45 it will decide what to do. It could go a little bit lower into 9:45 itself, but right now it is 9:45. QQQ says let's go lower. No confirmation, just straight up dumping, right? Dumping, okay? Floor broke. Wind is south now. I'm in SPY puts now for $900. This could bounce in literally a candle or two. No cycle, just going lower with the floor, breaking off. Time is 9:45. This could be an exit, and this could be a bounce for a little bit. The floor broke though, so the wind is south from 9:30 into 9:45. The consumer confidence data is coming out at 10 a.m. So just be aware of that as well. Consumer confidence data is coming out at 10 a.m. MACD is slightly bearish on the 5-minute. Slightly. Not too much. QQQ is going lower into 9:45 itself. SPY is holding at 9:44. We need SPY to do one more red candle, right, at 9:45, but they're bounce trying with the floor broken, so it's a lot of bears here. A lot of bears here they could eat, honestly. There's a lot of bears here they could eat after that big move from 940. They're trying to put me in a cycle now. Bounce at 944 trying. Bounce at 944 trying. Consumer confidence data is 10 a.m. This is not good. Things are moving very, very, very fast. They're breaking the floor and then in 1 minute reverting up. I thought it was going to go a little bit southward, but no. That's not good. That's not good. QQQ is going south. SPY is staying up. The wind direction is officially south though on SPY. The wind direction is north on QQQ. Time is 9:45 itself. Time is 9:45 itself. QQQ is pushing lower, or trying. It's still 9:45, and SPY is trying to bounce. The MACD is not that bearish. Oh my gosh, QQQ is coming bearish. Now it's bearish as hell. Now it's bearish on the MACD, but SPY is not going lower than this candle. SPY is not going lower than this candle at 9:43, so this is still a bullish cycle. QQQ went lower into 9:45 itself. SPY is not doing this shit. This is dangerous now. Morning cycle could trap people here because the low of this candle is not breaking, but the pivot points, the wind, is saying that we should go a little bit south. I mean, it doesn't have to. It's morning cycle, but yeah. It literally doesn't have to. Or they could bounce for a little bit and then go try to break the floor later too. QQQ is being unnormally bearish, and I'm kind of worried that it's going to reverse up. This is the midpoint of this little morning run up, technically speaking, right? Almost the midpoint. SPY is near the floor. Yeah, so there's bears here. But yes, sir, please. Time is 9:50. Just break it into 9:50. QQQ. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Man. Time is 9:47. 9. This could be 9:50 represent. Okay, no, they're going lower. They're going lower. QQQ selling off and no cycle now. SPY is going lower. I told you to wind to south, right? I literally told you to wind to south, right? Let's go. Wow. Time 9:48. 9:50. I did not leave yet. I think this might be floor hope or one candle break the floor. We'll see. 7 seconds. Look at QQQ. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna leave 50%. I'm pretty sure we got a big ass candle right here. QQQ about to break the floor. Time is 9:50 a.m. Consumer confidence at 10 a.m. I told you, 10 a.m. Let's go! Okay, I'm fully out. I'm fully out. I don't even care about the gap fill. I'm out completely. Big money on small money. I don't care. I'm gonna wait for the next cycle. Floor broke on QQQ. Holy shit. That is no cycle dumping. I mean, that is basically a cycle confirmation at 9:45, but you know what I mean? Look at that. Look at that. Floor break. Floor break. Holy crap. Look at the gap touch. Guys, SPY gap touch just now. That you can't even leave on that basically. I mean, this could be a reload to go low or this could trap people here. But look at that gap touch. That shit is beautiful. That shit is amazing, man. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to the gap itself. Time is 9:50. Great call out, everybody, and great trade real quick. Alright, great trade real quick from 9:45 to 9:50. Look how fast they accelerated. Look how fast they accelerated after they broke the floor. But this is a scalp, but it's a real quick scalp. Look at that. QQQ broke the floor and they go in exponentially in 2 minutes. I literally told you. I told you there's a big ass candle coming, right? At 9:48. Look at the fucking MACD, bro. Holy crap. Look at the MACD. I told you there's a big ass dump coming, right? That shit was actually unbelievable, but yeah, look at that crap. Gap, hold, and then poop. Gap touch. Wow. I wish I did bigger money, but yeah, it's whatever. One quick morning cycle, and now time is 9:50. Wind was the wind is right north or neutral from 9:50 until the market says it's not. This is a 9:50 bounce trying. Even though it's sold off like crazy, and even though people are printing or whatever, they're scared or whatever, and they're like, oh my god, look at that candle. Like, what we have to do is we have to calm down and look at the cycle for what it is. So 9:50 bounce trying for 1 minute at the minimum, right? And we're at the floor. The floor, the pivot point broke once on SPY, right? The floor broke off, right? In QQQ, the floor broke off, right? This is the reason why your calls, your put contracts are getting spiked. The reason why your call contracts get spiked is because we break the floor. At 9:40 we break the floor. On 9:30, then everybody's getting paid out on calls. You know what I mean? But if we break the floor, signifying certain levels like this, then everybody in the world are going into puts, and that shit's gonna get spiked like crazy. So that's when you leave like crazy, right? When you see these big ass red candles, you run away, and then you just let them bounce, or you let them do whatever, and then figure it out if you're not in it. But that's all I'm saying. But I clearly called out from 9:47 to 9:48. I was like, damn, floor broke. Like something about to happen here. Something about to happen here. And then boom, boom, they kept going. This is 950 bounce into 955. So you do not short, or you don't even think about shorting until the floor of the 950 candle breaks. That's all I'm saying, right? They're going long off of 950 for now. So why even think about shorting until the low of 950 1 minute candle breaks, signifying the 5 minute candle, right? The risk is there. What if they keep bouncing? What if they just do this, right? What if they do this? Something like that. And nobody knows. Like that's a speculation too, but you know what I mean? Like we could do this. What if we do this? You just need to, let the market confirm for you. Let the market tell you. And then once the market tells you, you can make a clear deduction. You can make a clear deduction that the wind was north trying on SPY, and at 9:40 we literally just ripped down from the roof. So there's people that are trapped on calls from the roof to the floor. Floor broke. The floor broke, so the wind is south. The arrows telling me, the pivot points telling me, blah blah blah's telling me it's south for a little bit. Sure, I'll take a risk, and then you take the risk, and then you literally leave if it goes against you. But if the wind is south, time cycle will tell you that yes, you are right, and then you get the hell out. That's it. Time is 9:55, so this is a 9:50 bounce into 9:55. The QQQ is still bullish though, because look at the gap on QQQ. It's all the way down here at like 568-ish. So QQQ gapped up pre-market, and it's basically holding the gap up, even though we kind of dumped off the top, right? But this is basically gap up, dump, SPY, gap filled, so they're trying some sort of a bounce or game, which is fair. Like people were waiting for the gap fill to go long. This might not even be a gap fill. We have to go look at SPX because it says we touched the 9:30 open and not the 4 p.m. close. So yeah, we did not gap fill. Be aware. We did not gap fill, right? You could see that on SPX. We did not gap fill on SPY because we touched the previous day 9:30 open, not the 4 p.m. close, and then we're bouncing. Okay. Because when I was drawing this, I noticed that the 4 p.m. close is higher than the 9:30 on QQQ, but 9:30 a.m. is higher than 4 p.m. So that is also the confusion of the game. So 9:50 went long into 9:55, right? I literally called out at 9:52, right, that they're going long into 9:55, right? And now that we're at 9:55, they're trying a rejection into 10. This one candle is showing that, right? But this is still technically a one cycle no confirmation shorting, basically, right? They could go higher into 10. They could go higher into 10.05. But if people are super bearish here, if they're saying that the wind is south, and some people are saying they're gonna go gap fill, some people would short the bounce, right? Some people would be shorting the bounce, and then they leave if they're wrong. But I'm not gonna short the bounce at the moment because there's no point. It's not guaranteed moves. Breaking the floor sometimes and then going with the wind direction is guaranteed moves. But right now, market is waiting. Data coming out at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Big data coming. Time is 10 itself. QQQ is trying to go for the floor. SPY is trying to, oh my god, SPY is trying to bounce. That is a 10 a.m. push up north. That is the 10 a.m. data. That's the 10 a.m. data. That's the 10 a.m. data. So that is 10 a.m. itself. That is 10 a.m. itself. And we went to VWAP. Wow. Because look at that. 9:57. 9:57 represents 10 a.m. on the 5-minute candle. So when people see these candles and they don't look at the time, like if this was at 9:56, this would count as 9:55, but this is counting as 10 a.m., which is the consumer confidence data. Oh, that was a big candle. It's a big candle. But they basically use setup to go long on that, right? They reject it from 9:55 into 10, and they trap those people using that data candle into 10 itself. Let's see what happens at 10. This is the midpoint, basically the midpoint of the drop, the morning drop. Consumer confidence data 10 a.m. Even though this is a big, big pop, unless you were long, like congrats, right? You got that move, but like right now, as somebody that's not in, and as somebody that's watching this, I'm gonna let the market decide into 10:05, 10:10, 10:15, and then I'm gonna make like a deduction. 10:20, whatever the hell it is. I'm gonna make a deduction, but I might wait. I might wait 2 minutes. I might wait 1 minute. I might wait 10 minutes. But like, I just need to like see. But right now, it's at destination, which is 10 a.m. This is 10 a.m. destination, deciding what to do. MACD is bullish now, but anything could happen here. Let's go look at some big names. Nvidia, running higher. Meta, Marta, Meta, Google, Apple. Apple's going lower a little bit. Tesla is going lower a little bit. But I already did the move. Now that it's 10 a.m. rejection into 10:05, tiny trying. And then bouncing at 10:05. This is 10. This isn't even 10. This is 10. So this isn't even 10. This is 10. Man, it's 10 itself and the candles are fighting like crazy. This might be the confirmation candle into 10:05. Wild. Look at how fast those candles are moving on QQQ. Time is 10, so just relax. QQQ trying a tiny rejection off of 10. SPY MACD is bullish, not bearish, but still following QQQ looks like. $10 a.m. rejection into 10:05 trying. One cycle, no confirmation shorting. I should have went in 1 minute ago. 1 minute ago, but I'm not trading. I'm just gonna watch. I'm late. This is still 10:01, so the risk is there, but we started the rejection at 9:57, so 10 itself. Into 10:05 looks like now, right? Time is 10:02, so 50 seconds we get another red candle, and the red candle is lower than these two candles. Then it's 10:05. But it's looking like a 10 a.m. rejection into 10:05 trying, right? I did not go in, so I'm just not gonna go in. If somebody went in though at 10, they could have left easily. But it's just like you had to go in this candle when they were flickering, and then leave. Time is 10:05. In 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Time is 10:05. The pivot point is telling us the wind is north or neutral from 9:50 until the candles tell us, right? We're gonna go break the roof. We're gonna go break the floor or something. QQQ is saying 10 to 10:05. SPY is saying 10 to 10, not 10:05, because this candle is holding. So either this fakes out and we get a red candle in the last 40 seconds, or I guarantee you that we will, bro. I guarantee you almost that we will, because of QQQ right now, going for the floor. Yeah, Roland said consumer confidence up 97.2, forecast 95.9. Market do not like consumer confidence data though, because they're dumping off that. Looks like QQQ is dumping off that. This is floor hope though. Until the floor breaks, the floor did not break. That's all I'm saying, right? Until the floor breaks, the floor did not break. This could be a a floor hope trap. But look at this shit. Look at this candle. I told you 10 a.m. to 10:05, right? Look at how they do it at 10:03. And now that it's 10:05, they're deciding. Now that it's 10:05, they're deciding. Cycle by cycle. That's all it is. Cycle by cycle. All it is. That's all it ever it is. QQQ trying to break the floor, but not breaking it yet. There's a lot of bears here. There has to be. Guys, I'm gonna get a cup of water. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, alright. Folks, if you guys are here for the first time, please hit the subscribe button. Thank you all for being here. God bless you all, and hopefully you guys are all doing great this morning and so far. Yeah. Let's make good money today and get the hell off, go to work, and all have a great time. Today is Tuesday, so the week is ahead of us. $10.05 bounce trying from the floor, right? On QQQ. I would just have caution with puts right now, because until this floor breaks, right, they could trap people on the floor, right? The condition is really bearish right now on QQQ for some reason, so maybe they might break the floor, right? But I mean, they really could do anything. So to continuously think the floor is going to break might be hope, right? You just need some sort of like a deduction or power or momentum or confirmation to tell you that it's going to do that. But you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying, right? Because the MACD and volume is not really there, but it is there. Time is 10:05. They're really going to go like that? I don't know. What the fuck is that bounce? Yeah, but I mean, what if they don't, right? And then they just trap everybody and then go higher too. So all I'm saying is, right, until they break the floor technically did not break, right? They're trying right now so hard. The floor broke. Okay, the floor broke. The wind is south. Wind is south. But you have to realize, right, at a certain point, guys, this is gonna be 1/3, 2/3 going up, right? 3/3. Somebody printed in the big box. Somebody got trapped in the small box. Somebody printed in the big box going south like this. somebody printed in the big box, I mean going south like this, somebody's bound to get trapped in the small box. You get what I'm saying? So just because it's looking bearish does not mean we go bearish, 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 bearish forever. But all I am saying is that there is something called a markup, a markdown, accumulation, distribution, right? Just go Google it, and you can literally see, like, that's just how smart money operates, right? Smart money and, like, the market wants to deduct together. And everybody that's deducting together, that's making the right decision, is printing together because they're going in the same direction. However, at a certain point there's a bounce coming. At a certain point it's like supposed to trap people. Why? Because this is a zero sum game. Like, everybody in the world is trying to make money. So if we're all trying to make money, like, someone's bound to get hurt, right? Someone is bound to get like caught by greed or something. So if that's the case, you have to constantly think about that shit. Is all I'm saying. Is why I'm constantly saying, like, just constantly be, cautiously bearish, constantly be cautiously bullish. Because they're trying to trap off this, right? Technically speaking here, the floor broke and they're longing. QQQ longing, nice, but yeah. They could trap off this, technically speaking, because floor broke, more people get involved, and then what? What if we don't gap fill right now and then just hurt people? So all I'm saying is there is something called markup, and then markdown, and then distribution. Right? Would you rather trade in the big box, or would you rather trade in the small box? Whether it's going up, whether it's going down. From 950 to 10, right? I could draw the same box going up. Big ass box going up like this, right? And then something like a tiny ass box. That was a nice call right up. All I'm saying is that was a nice call right up in 10 minutes, but, like, at a certain point you have to make the deduction to leave because you don't know if it's going to continuously go. You don't know if you're in 1/3, 2/3, or 3/3. All you can do is best deduct what cycle you are in, what phase you're in, what momentum you're in, what cycle and time confirmation you are in, so that you could, yeah, do well for yourself. Time is 10:10. This is 10:0. This is 10:07. So it's 10:10 bounce trying on SPY, technically speaking. This is 10:05 bounce and 10:10 on QQQ speaking. Chris said yesterday's move or direction did not happen until about 11 a.m. or so. Why is SPY selling like that? That's weird. These are just weird moves. I really thought it was going to run up a little bit here, but weird moves. The low of this candle is 637.60. 637.60. So yeah, these cycles basically have a double floor. At 10:10. 10:10 has a double floor. And they're trying to run off that. I low-key want a long QQQ just for, like, the bear trap sake until like 10:15. But right, doesn't that shit look nice? But it almost looks too easy because, like, drawing that box like that, 1/3, 2/3, and they just run up into 10:15. But yeah, and candle's acting like this, so best to just maybe, I don't know, either do it and then you get paid real quick, or wait. But they're actually doing it though. Reap said IWM is pumping. Damn, that was actually a long. That shit looked almost too easy. One 124 people here. If you guys can all hit the like button, thank you all very, very much. We have 36 likes. Spam the like button, everybody. Appreciate it. Time is 10:12. Time is 10:12. So trying to run into 10:15 off of 10:10. QQQ off of 10:05. So trapping these bears into 10:15 looks like. Trapping these bears into 10:15 looks like. Time is 10:12. I'm gonna do small calls right here. $600. I'm gonna play for a quick minute. I called out the long here though. That was a nice long. I called out the long here. I'm pretty sure we're gonna run up a little bit though because there's a shit ton of bears. SPY already ran up though. We're at the midpoint. QQQ. Maybe should have done QQQ, but yeah. Let's see. 10:15 rejection is trying, technically speaking. 10:15 rejection is trying. In the last 20 seconds. Or QQQ might be stopping it. QQQ is not going and SPY is going. I'm gonna leave within the minute. 10:15 is here. Maybe this is an exit right here, but I'm trying to get near VWAP. QQQ is not looking great. Wow. Okay, leave. I'm out. This is way too scary. What the f- That's way too scary, bro. I'm not getting dumped on right now. I am not getting dumped on right now. SPY is looking great. But yeah, literally looking at other charts is making me scared it out. I ain't gonna lie, it's making me scared it out. That's so weird though, because literally QQQ looks like it's the one that should run a bear trap, and then they just pull back like that, and then SPY is going. That's the exit I wanted. That's the exit I wanted. Zishan said he's holding nice. Fuck. It is little money, but I don't want to lose any of the little money. I'm up already. uh, I don't know. My mentality gets worse when I start losing, but when I start winning, you know, I'm okay. Oh my god. That's the exit though that people should have taken. It's just that is the shit that I'm scared of. Look at QQQ. That's the shit I'm scared of. Yeah, they're doing a 10:15 rejection, but they did go higher into 10:15. It's just QQQ started pulling back at 10:13, representing 10:15. You know what I mean? So in my head, it's like if they do pull back from 10:13 to 10:15 or 10:20, then I get screwed on SPY. Even though you know they go different times, but yeah. It's just when they do, you know, these little quick moves or the right direction, they go together, and that shit's like scary as hell. That shit's scary as hell. Like the morning time, that was literally the market going together. But hopefully, people left real quick near VWAP. You know, not VWAP touch, but I think QQQ was nice long, maybe. Yeah. Maybe they're trying to gap fill down here. Somebody said in chat they're trying to gap fill below $2 below, but yeah. QQQ is looking abnormally not strong. Abnormally not strong. Every time it looks strong, they just like cut it back. And some crazy chart pattern comes out like that. That is literally what I'm scared of though. I don't want that to happen to me. That is wild. That is wild, bro. What the hell? That is crazy. That's a crazy speed. The time is 10:20. And look at SPY pulling back on QQQ, right? Shit's nasty. They did go near VWAP though. That's kind of interesting because I thought they were gonna pull back and start dumping on like starting here, you know. But QQQ time is 10:20. The 5-minute chart says pushing lower on QQQ, but it's such an easy pattern low. SPY is at the midpoint almost. Yeah, the last 2 days though, the market be pumping up pre-market, and then they just sell off from the pre-market pump. They sell off a little bit. So people that are going long at market end, right? They get paid out at market open, they leave, and then they just go to puts, and then they just shred them down a tiny bit, and then they make money both ways probably. That's what everybody's not expecting. So 10-20 bounce trying. 10-20 bounce is trying off of 10-18. So for a minute or two into 10-20 itself. The MACD volume is not bearish or not bullish. It's just mixed. Right below the POC. Right below the POC. So we could go back to POC and SPY is at SPY is in between VWAP and POC. It's 10-20 bounce. QQQ looking different. The puts from 940 printed, but now the market is chopping a little bit. Look at SPY going bearish. The moment I say this, oh my god. The moment I say something, look at that candle coming in bearish now. Bearish or trap? Bearish or trap? Look at QQQ going for the fluent. Crazy. Crazy big candle. Crazy big candle. This might be floor hope or actually floor break on QQQ. This could be the start of a rejection at 1020 or this could be a trap. It's either or, you know what I mean? Either it's a floor break or it's a trap. Nobody knows. SPY is going lower while QQQ is holding the floor. Holding the fort. Time is 10:25. Time is 10:25. Looks like floor break is coming on QQQ. Looks like. But then they're bouncing. I swear I could have expected like a tiny ass floor break and then do that, but no, they're not even floor breaking. Let's see. Let's see. The danger is there on both sides. There must be some big names or some stocks getting whacked today, because QQQ is literally doing this. There must be some stocks getting whacked from the top. Looks like a little cycle floor break trap playing out. It looks like a little cycle floor break playing out, but super fast. Yeah, cycle's still deciding because this is a 10-20 rejection and this is a 10-20 bounce, and this is 10-25. So nobody knows what's about to happen, but you know, in 3 minutes and 2 minutes, we're about to find out. In this smaller cycle, nothing might happen in this smaller cycle either. Well, all I'm saying is this is a 10-20 bounce, this is a 10-20 rejection, and we're in between both of them right now. We are in between this resistance, we're in between this support. Both representing 10-20. Both representing 10-20. So smaller cycle chopping here looks like for a tiny bit, and then play with this range. Figure out what the hell to do later. $6.38. That's probably not a coincidence. $9:30 a.m. 4 p.m. close. QQQ 4 p.m. close, way below. Way below. Time is 10:25. Smaller cycle confusion coming in. Looking like support about to break, but every single time they make it look like that, they don't. So maybe floor about to break now. That is a crazy power. That's a floor break. Time is 10:25. Floor break on QQQ. Floor is breaking on QQQ, heading southward. SPY broke support. So this is what we were talking about 2 minutes ago. Break support, break floor, but now what? Time is 10:25. So 10:20 lower into 10:25, broke support, and now we're back above it. We're hovering. I feel like there could be some sort of game here with SPY, you know. Even though QQQ breaking floor like that, there could be some sort of game here, or we just literally go and break floor. Well, that's a possibility too. But wow, okay, they're breaking floor into 10:20, 10:30. That shit is fast, huh? Like fast. Breaking the floor off looks like crazy. 10:30 time is, not 10:25. Wow. That literally, yeah. Because I'm thinking that there's a bounce coming, so I didn't go up. But like, damn. One hell of a play. 10:30. Wow. The floor did not break yet. The floor did not break yet. Time is 10:30. Floor broke on QQQ. SPY, not yet. Crazy shit. They touched the previous day 9:30 a.m. level again. Top of that. Nice. We had some people print nice on puts real quick. Zishan said he got puts by POC. Someone on YouTube said he got puts 638 puts for 84 cents and he out at $1.05. Probably in 5 minutes real quick. One hell of a trade. It's really fast. Really fast. Things are moving really fast. This whole cycle got dumped into 10:30 and then now they're going back into it. This is crazy. Crazy stuff. Back to POC. What the hell? So this is a 10:30 bounce and time is 10:30. So this is a 10:30 bounce. Best last safe exit to leave puts is 10:27, right? That's not a random number. 10:27 a.m. represents 10:30 bounce for now. So that's the last safe exit for puts, technically speaking, right? For 10:27 a.m. for this cycle, right? It could bounce around and then go lower too, but I'm just saying for this cycle, this is how smart money would basically deduct and then, leave or some shit. This is how smart money would like risk analyze or something like that. Because they're looking at time itself and they're looking at the cycle in that time itself. Like what 1 minute candle could represent the 5 minute candle, etc., etc. Let's go look at this SPX, okay? SPX 5 minute candle. Look at what happened on the 5 minute candle, right? This is what we were doing yesterday. You remember? The low of 1027 represents what? The low of the 1025 candle, right? Technically, but that's a 1030 bounce. Where are we at 1030? Up here, right? So the low of the 1027 candle is the low of the 1025 candle, and now that we're at 1030, 1030 is up here. You get what I'm saying? And the low of the 950 candle represents the low of the 950 candle, right? The high of the 9:57 a.m. peak on SPY. What does that represent? 9:57 a.m. That represents 10 a.m., right? You guys see how there's a peak at 10 past 9:55, right? Peak at 9:57 past 9:55 or 9:54 a.m., right? This is literally what we mean by you look at the 5 minute candle and you're kind of looking like 3 minutes into the past, 3 minutes into the future sometimes, looking at these cycles so that you could deduct better. Instead of just looking at the 1 minute candle and being like, yeah, you're actually trading by deducting. By deducting. Wow, there's some crazy game going on right now. That is crazy. Whatever's going on, this is crazy. Off of POC. Back to resistance or support. What the hell? Crazy candle coming in. Crazy candle coming in. Look at that perfect. Look at that perfect red candle touching the resistance again or support, and then I don't even know what's going on right now. Time is 10:30 itself. Wild. Algos are violent. Time is 10:30. So by 10:33, 10:35, we'll have some sort of an answer of what's going on from 10:30 into 10:35. It's 10:30 rejection starting, right? 10:30 rejection starting into 10:35. technically speaking. Tiny. $10.35 is here. 10.35 is here. The market is deciding so hard what to do, whether to bounce or to go a little bit lower. Looks like a little bit lower from 10.30 into 10.35. I did not go in short, but I could see it. I just don't want to lose right now, so I'm gonna watch. Time is that's a 10.30 rejection into 10.35. That is crazy. Oh my god, I was actually wanting to do it, but like holy fuck. Holy fuck. Man, that would have been a crazy like one or 2K scalp real quick. In literally a minute. Oh, fuck. Cause look, this is 10.30 bounce, right? 10.30 bounce into 10.30, and then what happened at 10.30? We started to reject off a POC into 10.32, and then if we got another red candle, that would have been a 10.30 rejection into 10.35, right? So I was thinking about making a deduction to go, but like I just didn't because I was thinking about people got caught trapped here, So I was like, maybe not try, not to trade every single cycle, but like that is literally one of the best cycles. That is literally one of the best cycles because this is a 10.30 bounce at 10.27 into 10.30. 10.30 we started to reject into 10.35, and then 10.33 got a confirmation into 10.35. So that is literally deduction at its finest. That is literally deduction at its finest. You just wait until the market goes, and then you are making a deduction at that point at 10.33 that the market is literally in a downtrend that is about to break the support. And if it doesn't, right, you cut it at some point at POC. But yeah, yeah. QQQ is kind of different right now too. So that was one hell of a trade though. To able to see through this 1 minute candle like that is, I'm telling you right now, guys, like the majority of the world is having a hard time doing that. Right? That means you should try more and more and more. You perfect that shit even more, and you're untouchable almost. Or untouchable more than other people. Time is 10:35. QQQ is bouncing from 10:30 into 10:35. SPY bounced at 10:30 into 10:35. So sorry, bounced at 10:30 into 10:30, rejected at 10:30 into 10:35, and then 10:35 bounces trying. So there's a reason why we drew this support. There's a reason why we drew this resistance, because we literally called out that this is a weird cycle, 1020 to 1020, meaning they created a range here and they're about to play around here, chop around here, waste time here, which they're clearly doing. So far. Not making it easy to go long, not making it easy to go short, right? You just people that are able to see it, are able to print scalp real quick, but like, it's just cycle, different cycles like QQQ, different cycles in SPY. So they're wilding basically. Wow. Time is 10:35. Here we have 135 people watching. If you are here for the first time, hit the subscribe button, and if you can all hit the like button, that would help out very, very much for the algo. Thank you all for being here. Time is 10:35. Candle coming off of 10:35. So this is a 10:35 rejection as well into 10:40. Looks like gapping down crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go and SPY push 1K right now. I'm in. The gap down 1 minute crazy. This is a 10:35 push into 10:40. Gapping down crazy. Might fill this shit right now. Filled it. Okay, now there's a possibility to bear trap everybody and go touch this. I'll be surprised, but I'm gonna hold this shit for a little bit. This is unnatural. This is unnatural. Time is 10:40. Man, SPY is bouncing crazy now after that gap down, and QQQ is going lower from 10:35 into 10:40. This shit might hurt, but I'm gonna have to hold this for a little bit. Win this out, so we'll see what happens. I got it at the most low though. I literally got it at the most low. Which is unnatural. So could possibly bear trap to run back up here. Yes, is a possibility. I thought it was gonna go break the LOD, to be honest, with the gap. Crazy work, but I mean, it's been done breaking the roof. It's weird cycles coming. This really could have been the 3/3 as well. Shit moves like literally lightning. I was trying to go in here, but like, yeah, the moment it does it, it's just already gone. Just moves on lightning. What a weird spike that was. What a weird spike that was. That was 1040. 1040 bounce trying from that weird ass candle at 1037. So 1037 showing as best safe exit and then bounce trying at 1040. Looks like it's a little bounce here. Big bounce on QQQ. My god. We're pulling back crazy. I think I just got bear trapped. Time is 10:41. It's about to run into 10:45, looks like. After that ghost candle down. Using this, whatever this is. I mean, the calls could get relieved because they got shredded crazy from open. The calls could get relieved a little bit, but like, yeah. Come on, just let me out. Give me a new floor break with QQQ. I will not hope on gap fill. Please. These candles are wild. These candles are wild right now. I really thought we were gonna run up too on that, but like, what is this? What is this? Please, just dump it to LOD. Time is 10:45. I mean, we could expect some sort of chop here, but like, yeah, this is getting better for me. This is getting better for me. This ghost candle up, and then bull trap in this cycle. Come on. Come on. Just give me a new LOD. QQQ went so bullish off that. Come on, pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back. Time is 10:45. Pull back off of 10:40 into 10:45 on QQQ. Let's go! Let's go! Oh, fuck yes. Okay. I'm out 50%. Oh my god, I was so scared. I was so fucking scared. I'm gonna hold for a little bit. I'm gonna hold for a little bit. The wind is south. LOD gonna break. Floor is about to break, looks like. I'm out 50% though. Jesus Christ. Crazy, man. This shit was losing crazy, and then it went up crazy. It went literally from 88 cents to $1.14 in 2 minutes. Holy shit. Let's go. Please just go. Come on. LOD broke, looks like. 6:37:21. 6:37:21. LOD broke. Floor broke. We're going south. Time is 10:45. Let's go, folks. Free money. Free money. I'm about to leave soon. The candles are stacking, coming in thicky now. Coming in thick. 3 big ass red consecutive candles broke the floor. QQQ going to dump on everybody. Or it dumped on everybody in this cycle. 10:30 to 10:40. SPY. Okay, I'm out. I'm out everything. I am out. I literally told you I'm not gonna hope on gap fill, but look at that shit. They gap filled. That is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Welcome to Best Spy live trading. They doing everything today. They doing everything today. They gap filled on SPX. They gap filled on SPY. Let's go look at SPX, okay? SPX. I did not even know they gap filled. Technically, they're not gap filled because I marked the top of the 4 p.m. close candle, but I mean, this is basically gap fill. We're gonna go look on SPY right now, okay? Come on. Right? Top of the 4 p.m. candle. Right? 637.13 at 4 p.m., right? That shit is not a coincidence. So we gap filled on SPY, it's not SPX yet. Oops. One hell of a push down. One hell of a push down. QQQ is holding strong, looks like, but SPY went to go gap fill. People were saying QQQ is the one that might go do it later. Oh, yeah. SPY is the one that did it. Well, into 10:45 time is 10:45. It's figuring out what the hell to do. That was very hard to trade because of this support, resistance, whatever the hell that was. They made it very, very hard and then very easy at the end to go. But like still, that was the play. Using this 637.6462. Right? How many times did they retest that shit? 1, 2, 3, 4 times they used it in that little small cycle. And how did I mark that? The only way I was able to mark that is by looking at the time and cycle. 10:20, they made a peak. 10:20, they bounced it. 10:22, that's weird. That's abnormal in my eyes. That's not normal. That's not normal at all because that's literally a 10:20 and then a 10:20. So that's one cycle and then one cycle. That literally means that this is abnormal. So, that's a range. Some people look at abnormal shit in a different way, but like when I see abnormal shit, I think of even more possibilities, and I think of why. I'm like, why is there a divergence? Why is there divergence on the floor? Why is there, why is there previous day 9:30 here? Why is there 4 p.m.? Why are we hovering? Why are we blah blah blah? Why are we? It's literally, that is the core, fundamental of trading. You're questioning. You're like, why? What is going on? What are they showing? What are they trying to show? What are they making people think? And then, what am I thinking in relation to that? What's the market showing in relation to that? What time is it right now? What cycle is it right now? Where am I? Blah 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 blah. Damn, time is 10:50. So 10:50, LOD. They're going lower. Not going lower, but this is the new floor. Time is 10. They're going lower. They're going lower. Lower, 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 lower. We do not know how much lower. Floor is continuously breaking. Time is 10:50. Look at the MACD on the 5-minute. This is literally dump mode, right? This shit is dump mode. This could stop here, but all I'm saying is from now, or from 10:30 into 10:40 into 10:45 into 10:50, it's been selling. This is 10:40. 10:45 down here. 10:40 bounce. 10:50 rejection into 10:50. So yeah. Time is 10:50 LOD on SPY. Look at how they literally made puts print just by cycling like crazy, giving bears hope, giving bulls hope, right? Just cycling like crazy, and then giving bulls hope, hope, hope. But cycle time, cycle time, cycle time, lower high, keep failing, resistance, and then boom. With cycle and time confirmation. Pivot point analysis, wind confirmation. This is how you trend trade using the pivot points. The arrows showing you, right, who is winning, who is losing, what is making money, calls or puts, right? Since 9:30 to 9:40, all puts got destroyed. 9:30 to 9:40, all calls literally went to Valhalla and made money, right, like crazy. 9:40 to 10:30, all calls got destroyed and all puts printed like crazy, right? In the big picture, you were able to scalp and leave, but I'm just saying big picture. The market literally does this every single day. Since 9:30 on SPY, since 9:30 to 10:50 we've been bearish. So the entire day we've been bearish today. And all calls were absolutely shredded, and then all puts were somehow making money since the open, which is an absolutely crazy thing to say. But this is literally what happens when they set the LOD and HOD at 9:30 and then 9:32. Use that to make people bullish into 9:40 and then do that shit. Crazy stuff. Time is 10:50. Look at QQQ just selling off. Look at QQQ just going down every minute now. What the this shit's about to accelerate, looks like. That's a crazy thing to say, but I'm gonna let the market go first and then see. It looks like they're accelerating big time. I'm gonna go in for 1K SPY puts right now. On this bounce. Or maybe I'll let it bounce. Right. I'm in. Time is 10:52. I'm expecting we go like a little bit lower, and then I'm out in a minute or two. Right. Oh my god. I'm gonna leave right now. Holy shit. Let's go! Let's go! That's how we do these 1 minute trades, folks. That's how we effing do these 1 minute trades. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. That's all I need. That's all I need. 1 minute. That's all I need, my G. 1 minute. Because why? I'm deducting. Why? I'm deducting. Let's fucking go. Holy shit. Let's fucking go, folks. Holy crap. That is a nuclear candle down. Nuclear candle down. Time is 10:55. No cycle dumping. I literally told you, right? No cycle dumping. Shit's accelerating, right? If you look at the 5-minute MACD, shit is accelerating. QQQ is breaking floor like crazy. I called that shit out right here. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Dude, I'd leave, bro. You know what I'm saying? I make money by playing one full cycle, and I try to get the max profit, which means you have to leave in one cycle. So, holy fuck. Holy fuck on QQQ. What a dump. That's a finale. That's the finale. Time is 10:53. Best safe exit. 10:53. Nah, best safe exit. 10:53. 10:53 is best safe exit. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Wow. That is crazy. I joined in at 10:52, and then I literally, no, I joined in at 10:51, then I told people I joined in or some shit in my WhatsApp group, and then I literally left at 10:52 itself. But they went lower into 10:53, and this is a 10:53 best safe exit, means 10:55 bounce is trying, right? So this is how you get the best exit, right? Forget about the best entries, bro. Like everybody can get the best entries. This is how you get the best exits because you watch the time and you know in your mind that they could bounce at 10:53, 10:54, 10:55, 10:56, 10:57. But more times than not, you see these weird ass numbers pop up like 10:53, like 10:03. You know what I'm saying? Or like 10:07 or 11:07 or some weird ass number representing the 3 minutes past that number, if that makes sense. Because that's how these algos operate, so that us human beings like me and you cannot catch up, and we're literally, sitting here and we're like, what the hell's going on, bro? My money's not coming back, or like, oh, my money's going, but like, you know what I mean? I want more or something. But these algos are so goddamn smart that they literally play these times, and they're playing us. They're playing our emotion. They're playing our human, psychology and emotions. This is crazy selling, though. I would be careful. That's all I'm gonna say. Now I'm gonna say be careful being in puts. You know what I mean? But that's how you save money. That's how you literally print like crazy, and then you don't lose money. Like honestly, you just gotta take caution when they're selling crazy. You gotta take caution when they're, buying crazy. Time is 10:55. So 10:55 bounce is trying and trying to reject. Let's see. Man, the selling power is crazy though. The selling power is absolutely there. The 5 minute is crazy, but it's crazy bearish. I can't even say how crazy it is because it's literally negative .11. Yesterday, when we were bullish, when we were bearish, I don't know. I don't think we went that much. Yeah, we didn't go that much. Okay, we did go way that much actually. At the end of the day, .15. But still, just take caution. They already gap filled on SPY. QQQ is near the gap, but that does not mean we have to gap fill. Like we could lightning gap fill at 3:30 a lot of the time as well. QQQ broke the floor into 10:55, so the wind direction is south. The pivot point broke here. The pivot point and the floor broke here. So 1, 2, 3 times maybe, and then 1, 1. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So far on SPY. Alright, the floor breaking off here as well. But you don't really count that smaller cycle. Time is 11. That was a crazy acceleration. That was a crazy acceleration from 1050 to 1055. Crazy shit. Time is 11. 1055 bounce into 11. And the MACD volume says we're kind of slowing down bearish side, but we sold crazy today, bro. What just happened? The pre-market was literally going downwards a little bit, and then we just used that wave or whatever the hell that was. What the hell just happened? Basically where we were at yesterday into close at 350-ish. Yeah, it's wild. The market's wild. The MACD bearish volume is dying. Go longing into 11 off of 1055. Looks like. So 1053 best safe exit, 1055 bounce into 1055 from 1053, and then 1053 deciding to go higher into 11. So that is one full cycle from 1055 into 11, and now that we are at 11, let's see what happens. This is what I tell my friends in the WhatsApp group, or I have been saying for months. When they sell like crazy, right? You don't even think about puts until the floor breaks. What happened here, right? You don't even think about the puts, right? Until the floor breaks. When the floor broke, they just went. You know what I mean? Because the wind direction is south. Same thing kind of going up. Like you could say, you know, don't even think about not today's not a good example of going up, you know what I mean? But like literally, if the trend is going up, and right, we reject from the roof all the way at the peak top, you could say the same thing. You don't really think about calls until you know it looks like the roof is about to break or it is broken, meaning it's guaranteed north. So literally, this is literally why this was guaranteed from 1050 to 1055 ish was guaranteed because the floor broke here, we were bouncing, and we failed to bounce. 1101. So 1055 push into 1101, which means 11, and then now tiny rejections starting. We'll see what happens. It's a lot of puts here. So that's the reason why you don't even think about puts, even though they show you red candles. But the thing is, time is only 11, so they could do whatever. They could bounce, they could sell like crazy, and then bounce later, you know? And nobody knows what's gonna happen. That's a crazy candle. I'm not gonna lie, that's a crazy candle. If people are long, it's making them scared to go long because we just broke the midpoint of this little run up from 1050 into 11. This is the midpoint, and we just dropped below the midpoint instantly. So now it's showing people the floor, right? But like they could trap people here too. If people shorted at 11, this is a best safe exit, most likely speaking, because time is 11:03, meaning 11:05. We could go lower, sure, but like in any other environment, it would trap people right here. In any other day, in any other circumstance, it would trap people right here. But the environment is so damn bearish right now that it's kind of not. But I mean, you could have seen a reversion right here, not breaking that low, and then went higher. But they're making a divergence on the floor now. There's a divergence on the LOD. There's a divergence at the floor by doing this. And SPY is really bearish right now. Like crazy bearish. Let's go look at the 5-minute candle. Look at this shit. It's building even more bearish. That's crazy. This is crazy dump. That 5-minute candle looks crazy. So bearish. It is so bearish right now. What is going on? The market does not want to bounce. Big communist candle coming and drag it down lower. Or upside down communist candle. Time is 11:05. So whatever the market's doing right now, maybe let them do it first and then go long, because they're going south. QQQ is trying to head south as well. It's so damn south that there's no like really good bounce cycle. You know what I mean? There's literally one cycle, no confirmation, going long. Technically speaking, same thing as going short, right? When we're going up, up, up. Same thing when we're going up, up, up. I would literally say, oh, well, it's 10:55 until 11. That's only one confirmation. That's only 5 minutes, guys. No short, not good, right? Literally the same shit could be said, because you need cycle to bounce, you need cycle to hold, you need cycle to blah 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 into time. They broke the floor into 11:05, so they're super bearish right now. They are super bearish, and QQQ trying to go to gap fill, looks like. Yep. I'm gonna do SPY 1K push right now. This shit might be hope. This shit might be hope, but it's so damn bearish that I could see QQQ gap fill coming, and that means SPY going a little bit lower. SPY going a little bit lower. Time is 11:06. Or trap people on this gap too. That's a possibility, because we've been selling crazy into 11:05. So that is a possibility. It's like 50-50 right now. Shit's almost 50-50 right now. All right, 11:10. I'm gonna leave right now. Okay, I'm out. I cannot risk it. I'm up by like literally $50. Not even. I literally am not risking it. I'm not risking it. I got in at 11:05. I got in at 11:05 and then sold into here. Because if this shit reverts on me and then it goes up for 5-10 minutes, I lose all my profit. So I'm good. I'm up hefty. So I was up hefty yesterday. I'm up pretty good today. I literally don't need to trade every cycle. I don't even need to hope on the QQQ gap fill, because why? SPY already got filled crazy, right? Somebody could have printed like 4K going down like this shit easy today. Easy. Somebody printed like literally easy with like $2,000, not even. So today is just literally a free day. Best to just take it slow, not trade every cycle, make your money and leave. Make your money and leave. Come back tomorrow, make another deduction, and yeah, that's literally the most important thing though. You're making deductions. You're not out there hoping. You're not out there speculating. You're not out there guessing or, being biased. You are literally deducting every single cycle. Every single cycle. Making up bigger cycles, right? So SPY is going lower abnormally and QQQ is holding the 4 p.m. close. That is weird. That is so weird. But SPY 5-minute has been helping, really. It really has been, because it's so goddamn bearish. They're just going every minute. People are selling. But if a big player comes in and buys out of nowhere, then a cycle bullish can start. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, they went lower from 11:05 into 11:10, right? 11:07, 11:08, but that does not mean we go even lower. All that means is we kind of slowed down going lower, but we have been going lower since 11:05 into 11:10. Right? And if you're trading this, you have to realize that we've been selling, and we've been dramatically selling. So you are at some point or another near the end. You are some point or another, it might be in the 3/3 or the end of the 2/3, if that makes sense. Okay, 10. Look at that bounce, right? So if that is the 3/3, something like this is happening where people are going in and getting trapped into the end of the cycle. Going down like this, 1/3, 2/3, 1/3, 2/3, and then going up 1/3, 2/3 like this as well. And then now cycle trying off of 10-10. Cycle trying off of 10-10 is a 10-10 bounce. I just said in my WhatsApp group, 10-10 bounce trying. If you want a long, wait for confirmation and cycle to tell you to go long, probably. Because every single cycle has been failing, unless it was these 9:55, 10 a.m. confirmation, or like 10:10 confirmation, 10:15. It's very, very small, but you could literally see the confirmation by the floor not breaking like that so easily. This is very near the 4 p.m. gap on QQQ, so there must be a lot of bears here too. So they could just possibly run this shit just on that fact alone. But SPY sold dramatically. To 636.35 from 638 all-time high. We opened the all-time high again, and then we dumped to 636 again. QQQ opened up at 570. did not gap fill because QQQ is bullish. Time is 10:11. 10:11 rejection is coming after a 10:11 bounce. That bounces. That rejection is so strong that it's very scary to go think that is the pullback to go long. But if this low does not break, they will go long most likely here. It's a big candle. Time is 11:15. MACD coming in bullish slightly, like it was earlier when those cycles were going along, but a little weak. That is terrifying. Time is 10:15. Cycles are very tight right now that it could be a 10:10 rejection at the 10:15. It could be a 10:10 bounce at the 10:15. Looking like a 10:10 bounce at the 10:10 and a 10:10 rejection at the 10:15, something like this, but we'll see. That's if the floor breaks. 15 seconds, we'll find out. Yeah. Almost an abnormal sell-off again. This is an abnormal sell-off. Looking like the floor broke. Again, on LOD, QQQ going for the gap fill now. Maybe, right, on that push down. Looking like gap fill coming. QQQ, gap fill coming. Looks like it's inevitable. It's so close, right? They bull trap these people, and then now they're doing it. Looks like. Time is 10:15. They're doing it. Holy shit. Look at that bearishness on SPY as well. Crazy bearish today. Into 11:15. Time is 11. Gap filled. Gap filled. Gap filled. Dunzo. Gap filled. Gap filled. Dunzo. Gap filled. Holy crap. We actually did it. Crazy stuff. Look at QQQ today. Oh my gosh. It was trying to hold up like crazy. Look at SPY today. Knife fall sell-off. Knife fall sell-off. Seriously, into 11:15 since open. Crazy stuff. Wow. That shit was actually unbelievable to see. Since 11:10. Let's see if they go long now since QQQ gap fill. But right, I think that was a destination. But now that we hit the destination, we'll see what happens. But that was crazy bearishness. Could still go lower and then hover or barcode here, but yeah, that's if we're truly bearish. But if we bounce, that means market kind of coming back alive. Let's see. Time is 11:20 already. Man, the puts are spiked like crazy right now. The calls got drained insane. The 5-minute on SPY says we're full on bearish until 11:05, and then we kind of pulled back the MACD, but the candles went lower. QQQ says the MACD is bearish until now, and we just pushed out. SPY was led at the end by QQQ, but the MACD being like that helped. Time is 11:20. They want to go lower on QQQ. Looks like. Looks like they want a barcode here or go lower at the minimum. Yeah, these people wildin'. These people are wildin'. They're going lower a little bit. I don't want to go in, but I could see a tiny bit lower, or I could see a barcode here, and then a bounce, or whatever it is. That does not mean that has to happen. Let's just see. But the 1-minute candles are pushing down. You know what I mean? The 1-minute candles broke the low of the 11:16 candle, saying we're going lower into 11:20. But the MACD in volume is, yeah. So we went lower into 11:20, technically speaking here. But that does not mean we go like straight lower, but maybe the 9:30 a.m. level is going to be tested, which is 10 cents below. Doesn't have to be, but yeah, they're selling crazy. No bounce whatsoever so far. The 1-minute candles are making it look like it, but the time and the confirmation cycles are keep going lower, but abnormally. I think, yeah, here to here was abnormal because all this bounce was being used to go to this gap fill, but now his time is 10 or 11:20. So maybe get more bears involved here and then run up is a possibility. QQQ is trying that. QQQ is trying that. Now, right? Now the bears are getting hurt after this little floor break into 11:20, and now in 1 minute. Well, yeah, cycles are still way too small to call anything, but yeah, we'll call it how it is, which is bear trap shine. Is slight bear trap trying now. But it's been doing this. It's literally been doing this. So, but this is a pretty okay sign. I just don't know what the hell SPY doing. SPY bearish MACD has to be killed off. It has to be killed off, but the candles are coming in crazy. Maybe we barcode here on SPY and QQQ runs up. Someone in our group said I think we go much lower. Where do you guys think this is going? But yo, Blaz, you can't put a stop loss on Robinhood. That's the sad part. Oh, holy shit. Wow. Wow. My god. Wow. What the Yeah, this shit is abnormal. They're barcoding on the 4 p.m. close on QQQ and they're selling crazy on SPY using that shit, so abnormal. Whatever's going on right now, this shit is not normal. This is like weird cycle going on. using the environment, using the cycle, whatever the hell they're doing right now. They're just literally making it look bullish, and then just using the environment, using the indicators, you know, the 4 p.m. whatever, to literally dump every cycle. Feels weird because the puts are going in, puts are going up abnormally, literally every 5 minutes. It's going up every, yeah, abnormally, but wow. This is turning into a bloody day. This is really turning into a bloody day now. There's no stopping since 9:30 until 11:20, and they're accelerating and they're accelerating and they're accelerating and they're accelerating. This is weird as hell, right? Let's look at the 1 hour. Look at that shit. It's from the top. This is evil. You know what I'm saying? We're literally selling from the tippy top. If we break this pre-market low, market is toast. If we break 630, 635, 57, like the long-term trend line is toast. Into this week at least, like this is not a good sign. They're selling crazy like this 2 days in a row. But hopefully we'll see some sort of a, not hopefully, screw hope. Yeah, we might see some sort of a bounce. Yesterday's low. 635.55. So let's see if we go way low down there. But QQQ is at 633.55. 635.55 is yesterday's low. 635.55 right here. QQQ is going to yesterday's 9:30 open now, right? So today is a very bearish day. There's no bounce whatever. There's no barcode whatsoever. They're just selling crazy. Absolutely selling crazy. I don't want to go in because like this is very late. But like maybe they're just gonna sell off today like nuts. It's yesterday's low or something. QQQ going. A waterfall sell-off with QQQ. At some point, you know, maybe a huge green candle coming. I don't know. We actually gap filled on QQQ, which is kind of crazy. POC was all the way up there at 570. Oh, what a day. Time is 11:25. See 11:20 bounce. 11:20 rejection. Into 11:25. Wow. Do you imagine holding a 1K put from open? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Wow. Unbelievable sell-off. Unbelievable. You guys thought the 940 puts were good? Screw that. The 1040 puts were great. The 1040 puts, bro. Oh my god. The 1040 puts printed 2 times more. Wow. Yo, if anyone held the puts the entire move from here since 1050, jeez. You're a unit. 1025, 1125 time is. We're going to yesterday's low. This is so bearish. Never imagined the market to be this bearish today, so I'm watching. Crazy bearish. Mitch said in the group, I bought puts like an hour ago. It was so cheap. I didn't know it would go this far. I would have added more. That is literally the dream. That is the dream, to buy cheap ass calls, cheap ass puts, and then you print with the market makers. You print with the insiders. That is crazy, bro. An hour ago at 10:25. Imagine you buy puts. Holy fuck, at 10:25, dude. You'd be up like 300% right now. 200, I think. Like, because it broke the floor like 6 times. It broke the floor, 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 broke the floor. We're gonna count how many times you broke the floor today, okay? 1, 2, 3, right? 4. We're breaking the floor again. 5. Jesus Christ. We broke yesterday's low, guys. This is super bearish. This is super bearish. We just broke yesterday's low. This is really bad. It's like dumping, almost. Edison just said we broke Friday's high. Yeah, we just broke yesterday's low, Monday's low. We just broke Friday's high. So this is not a good sign for bulls. This is like straight up market in the red dump mode right now. Possibility. I'm gonna go in for 1K. This is abnormal. This shit is abnormal. I'm in. Please, one more minute. Crazy fucking selling. Time is 11:30. It's either 11:29 best safe exit and then bounce, or we actually go a little bit lower using everything. 11:59 best safe 11:29 best safe exit showing. Bro, this is bearish as hell, but yeah, that is full on chasing. Okay, I'm gonna leave. I'm out. I don't give a fuck. Balance is possibly coming. We sold like crazy, so that is such a dumb idea to chase literally just because it broke yesterday's low. But yeah, I mean, maybe into lotto time we might do it, but yeah, that is just dumb. Now I'm getting, you know what I mean, distracted, but yeah, I'm just gonna relax and not do shit because this is abnormal. Whatever's going on is super dangerous right now. Super dangerous right now because people that are going in calls all day are getting completely killed off. However, we do not know if a bounce is going to come or not. But if the floor breaks again, then that's free ride for another 5 minutes. However, we just kept doing that. Like, shit's kind of getting... Like, I really thought it was going to be like a Jerome Powell FOMC dump type of day. But, yeah. That literally means we just get another... But that shit is so fucking dangerous to think like that. That is so dangerous to think like that. And they're doing it after I get out. This shit is so weird. So literally people are shorting every bounce, but not chasing. Don't chase, but people are shorting every bounce, looks like. It's just weird. Yesterday's low. We're finding support below yesterday's low. So maybe this is support. 635.55. That is crazy. I had that shit marked at 11:20. I should have just went. I had that shit marked at literally at 11:20. That is so dumb, FOMO. Literally had that shit marked, bro. Man. Bounce after going lower into 11:31. 11:30 bounce. Bear trap trying. Bear trap from 11:30 into 11:35. Now to go long here, longer term, you need some sort of a bounce, rejection, confirmation to go long at 11:40. Unless you want to go long right now, here and there. But I think that was a minute ago when they were breaking the floor like that. When they were breaking the floor into 11:31, there must have been people that went long, trying to go into the 20 EMA. QQQ gapped up 1 minute. Now they broke down below it, and now they're about to play on the previous day 9:30 4 p.m. level on QQQ looks like, and that correlates with yesterday's low on SPY. Time is 11:35. Time is 11:35. Maybe we get some sort of a pullback and the gap fill this and then go long. But the MACD is now starting to die on the 5 minute. QQQ. SPY. That is crazy. The MACD is crazy. Oh yeah. It is starting to die slowly. But we could see some sort of a pullback here before any long. So 11:35 trying to pull back at 11:34. 11:35 trying to pull back at 11:34. QQQ gap up and a gap down on the 1 minute candle. Let's do a poll. Where do you guys think SPY is going to close today? Just say a number. Any number, it doesn't matter. Just say any number that you think it will end at. 638, 637, 636, 635, 634, and let's just see everybody's sentiment. Let's just see where everybody is at, and let's see where what everybody's thinking, so that we could try to, you know what I mean, try to look at the market sentiment, try to play it better. People are saying 565 for QQQ. Someone just said 567. Jisan said 638. Literally what we did yesterday. We run up into Lotto and trap everybody. Justin said 628. Captain said 630. Jim said 635. Angie said 639. I want to look at SPX real quick. Let's look at the SPX bigger candle. Okay, 1 hour candle. 4 hour candle. That's a big ass weird candle. That's a weird candle at the top. 1 day candle. From the roof. It's from the roof. That's a big red candle from the roof. So yeah, we'll see what happens into closes. But It's interesting. Cute, cute, cute. And QQQ is doing this from all the way at the top. 572 it went to. Playing at previous day 9:30 and 4 p.m. close. Time is 11:40. QQQ is saying confirmation to go higher. SPY. Not really. The MACD is terrifying. That's the only thing. The MACD is terrifying because it was so bearish at 11:25 for absolutely no cause. What if that comes back? 11:25. So right here at 11:25, they just use a lot of volume to push it down. But why? Why are we so far down and near the floor? Literally every second just inching down, inching down, inching down, inching down. Man. Bounce trine off of 1140. I mean, every cycle it's trying, it really is trying a bounce, but just getting knocked down to the floor. Knocked down to the floor. Every time. It's kinda disgusting. Getting old. It's 11:35 rejection until 11:40. They're trying for the floor. The floor broke. The wind is still south. Wind is still south on SPY. It's showing. I mean, wind has been still south. I'm just saying, like, saying that as in they can go a little bit lower, but like, yeah, nobody knows the destination. This is literally unknown territory at this point. They're just going down, 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 down. Look at this shit. 634. This is crazy bearish, man. This is crazy bearish. What is this? They're selling all day. They're selling all day long. Man, look at QQQ. LOD 1140. Holy shit. What a sell. Every single bounce short. Every single bounce short. That is weird. Every single bounce. Every single bounce short. They want to go south today, bro. They want to bring this shit down to Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell days. Back in December. I was thinking today's a Jerome Powell day, but holy fuck, man. Excuse my language. Excuse my language. But you know what I mean? It's because we broke this. Like, I'll show you this right now. Look. SPY Python, right? We break the low of yesterday, we gone. You know what I mean? We break the whatever, like we gone. We're gone. They're gone, dude. Look at this. They're gone. Look. Look at how much they went. They're gone, literally. Oh my lord. That was free money. Once the low yesterday broke, that was free money. Uh just I couldn't hold. Like I got scared it out. I couldn't hold, but you know what I mean? That bounce is fake that I literally bought into and they bounced that. I don't know, it was somewhere, it was this bounce or some shit. I couldn't hold that. Wow. Unbelievable. Time is 11:45. 11:40 is up here, 11:45 is down here. But yeah, in an abnormal day like this, you just gotta hold the right direction. That's all it is. That's all it is. That's crazy, man. We're at 634.88. Could you believe that? From 638.5 at open. Oh, my MACD was like that. Sorry, guys. 11:45 bounce is trying for 2 minutes. 11:45 bounce is trying for 2 minutes at 11:43. But to go long, you need a cycle confirmation. To hold, you need a cycle confirmation to go long. Look at the chart. Every 5 minutes, we've been failing. 10:55, 11 failed. 11:05 failed. 11:05 down here, right? 11:05 bounced to the 10. 11:10 failed. 11:15 bounced into 11:20 failed. 11:25 failed into 11:30. 11:35 bounced to 11:35 failed into 11:40. 11:45 failed into 11:45. 11:45 bouncing into maybe 11:50, and then now 11:50 needs to what? Reject, and we need to hold the bullish trend, right? Until then, we're in a bearish trend. I don't want to say that when we're all the way at the floor, right? But like that's literally how these people trade. That's literally how these people trade, going up, going south, in a bullish trend, in a bearish trend, because that's the trend. That's the wind direction. So they're literally looking at this arrow and just going like, damn, we break in yesterday's low. We just going, win, 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 going, 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 and now 11:45 bounce trying at 11:43. Candles are pretty big. Candles are coming in pretty big green. So let's just see what happens. Time is actually 11:45. So now that we're at 11:45, it's gonna what? Decide to reject into 11:50 and then have some sort of game, or it will continue to push into 11:50 and then we will see at 11:50. But you know, we will literally see together right here, right now, because that's what these people do together. These smart money institutions, these, you know, smart retail traders are deducting together. They're making the decision together to go south, to go north, just with time, with cycle, and with deductions instead of hoping and guessing and biases and speculations, because that's literally what happened in the 1930s. People were speculating like crazy. So when the environment is to speculate, right? You want to always try to catch on to that and try to not speculate as much as you can. As much as you can. Even though it's very hard when you're in this shit, right? And you see candles go up and down, you see candles going. It's so hard, you know what I mean? It's literally the hardest contest of a human psychology, of you as a person. But this is what makes and breaks people. You know what I mean? This is what makes you strong, if you kind of think about it. So you always want to do things that are basically annoying to other people. You want to do things that are basically, you know, what other people don't want to do. So this is 11:45 right here, right? That we pushed up to, and 11:45 is deciding what to do into 11:50. You get it? So let's see. 11:43, is down here because it's 11:43, but 11:45 is up here, right? So this is 11:45 bounce, deciding what to do into 11:50, showing us that it wants to go higher, right? Now it's going higher. This is a confirmation to go higher, it looks like, but this is still what? One cycle. So technically there's no confirmation to go long because this is one cycle, but this itself is the confirmation, right? 11:45 going higher at 11:47, because this is at 11:50, but this is still one cycle, one single cycle. 11:45 into 11:50. So we will see what happens at 11:50 into 11:55. MACD is coming in super bullish now. Look at that shit. What the? Did not catch that. Actually, the MACD until the last 2 minutes, because it only came in the last 2 minutes. This red, this green candle at 11:47. So that's the confirmation. But this is still one cycle, 5-minute cycle, one cycle. But that was the confirmation though, what I was explaining to you guys live. At 11:45, at 11:46 they reject, and 11:47 they go higher than 11:45, right? So it's showing 11:50 bounce, or 11:50 push up from 11:45 itself. But that is literally how people deduct. But look what happened. You guys see this arrow though, right? What happened at 11:45? The market decided to go what? Higher or lower into 11:50. Time is 11:50. We went higher, right? So now that we are at 11:50, right? This is what I would do, right? Since we went higher into 11:50, the market is gonna decide at 11:50 to continue the bounce that we started, or we will reject into 11:55, looking like, and then we will do some shit at 11:55, right? Does that make sense or no? That makes more sense to me than just looking at the candles being like, oh, it's going, and then looking at the candles being like, oh, it's bearish, because literally it's painting pictures at different times. Time is 11:50. Not even pulling back, they're just going on it. Bear trap trying now. Time is 11:50. So now it's something like this. Somewhere up here, we're deciding what to do, right? Into 11:55. Because what? All this candle did was push up 11:50 level from here to here, if that makes sense. We could still push up to 11:51, 11:52, signifying 11:50. We still could. And then depending on what the candle does after that, it would signify 11:50 or 11:55. So 11:50 itself is still going higher, right? Every single minute is going higher since 11:47. I literally told you this is the confirmation to go long, right? Even though it looked like kind of sussy out, it's just they doing it super fast. 11:50 MACD, literally, but this is still one cycle, if that makes sense. Yeah, still one cycle. Jerry said 635.76. Reclaim or false is the question. 635.76. So somewhere right below VWAP. Yeah, we'll see. But smaller cycle, they're literally going from 11:45 to 11:50, but they just went super fast. At 11:45, they decided, right? At 11:47, they were like long, and then they went to 11:50, and now that they're at 11:50, they're probably taking profit. The MACD coming in super bullish. That shit built crazy. The MACD coming in super bullish. Time is 11:50 itself. Time is 11:50 itself. In 10 seconds, 11:52 is still 11:50, right? But if we run up into 11:53, then that means we're running into 11:55. Really, really important what the MACD volume does right here, right now. I would not short this though, even if they show red candles, because the MACD is super bullish, which means you gotta not go into puts until the low of certain things break. For me, that's the low of 1143. So I'm not shorting this shit at all. But all I'm saying is it's gonna pull back to go higher, or it's gonna pull back to something. So I gotta be able to deduct it as soon as I can, the fastest I can. But I literally deducted it live, and as I was saying, oh guys, look, I deducted it live. Look, they just kept going. So yeah. QQQ. Look where QQQ is. Back above previous day 4 p.m. close. It's pretty interesting. So QQQ gap filled and trying to go bullish. QQQ gap filled, trying to go bullish. This is the pullback to possibly long, or this is the pullback to pullback. Time is 11:55. So QQQ went higher until 11:55. SPY not yet. This is still 11:50 rejection into 11:55 on SPY. SPY rejected at 11:50 and then went higher into 11:55. So the wind direction was north from pre-market to 9:40. The wind direction was south from 9:40 to 11:45 at the minimum, and the wind is now north or neutral trying, right? Since 11:45 is what the arrows show. And this is literally why I move it, because it works every single time. Like when it breaks, the wind is, you know what I mean, showing south. When it doesn't, it's literally holding. The wind is north or neutral at the minimum. Right? If we come back down here, we're hovering near the what floor. If we go back here, we're hovering near the midpoint. If we go back here, we're at the roof. So this is how you do pivot point analysis and trend trading and wind trading. And you just watch the time and cycle to play traps. The time is 11:55. 11:55. QQQ going higher. 5 minute coming in, bullish squeeze at the end of that. Bearish MACD. They really killed the bearish MACD literally like so fast. 11:40, 11:45, 11:43. Killed it so fast. They're showing people that we're about to go higher into 11:55 with no pullback. That is what the candles are showing. We'll see what happens. Time is actually 11:55, so something like this is playing out. And we went up to 11:55, so now we're deciding at 11:55 what to do into 12 o'clock. QQQ POC is above. But if we barcode here, the POC would come down. If not, then we could run back up the POC, which is 569 somewhere. So either two options here. We either pull back and run up. Oh my god. We either pull back and run up, or we barcode here. Right? Bring the POC down or something. What is that candle? Rejection candle to go long, or rejection candle to test the previous day 4 p.m. and 9:30 all at the same time. Time is 12 p.m. Time is 12 p.m. So it's a 12:55 rejection into 12, right? 12:55 rejection into 12, right? What did I say at 11:56? I literally told you at 11:56, oh, the candles are making it look like we're gonna go higher into 11:55 and beyond 12, but like we could pull back at 11:56, signifying 11:55 into 12. I don't know if we're gonna go lower, but like I'm just saying, if Al goes short of that, they probably left on that shit too. But that candle may be, making people go puts and then destroy them too. But this is still in a bullish cycle since 11:45, bullish or neutral since 11:45. So take that into mind, and I would also not short 11:50 into 12. So nothing really says anything. All it says is it's just drawing a picture. Drawing a picture, except this part. If you went long here at 11:45 into 11:50 or 11:55 when I was explaining, like that was 100% good too, but I just couldn't go in while I was talking and doing everything. QQQ is in like a downward trending channel. QQQ is in like a downward trending channel. But that was the same thing that happened yesterday. Same thing as yesterday. I just don't want to draw downward trending channels because it's dangerous, you know what I mean? It's dangerous because it gets people hoping on the roof, meaning the roof of the trend line. It gets people hoping on the floor of the trend line. It's just dangerous, but it is what's going on. So what can you do? But yeah, because yesterday, I don't know if you guys remember, but using this bottom of the trend line, they trap people at the end of the day, thinking go more after they sold off crazy and they ran it into a close. So I'm not gonna draw that for now. Time is 12. The MACD bearish side is dead on SPY. Both sides still there. Both side is still there, but weaker on SPY. They're doing different things at different times now. QQQ trying to go higher, SPY trying to go lower. Time is 12. Hey, if you guys are here for the first time, hit the like button and hit the sub button. Thank you all. There's 160 people here, 158 people here, so if you can all hit the like button, that would all help out. We are at 73 likes. Smack the like button. Thank you all. Thank you all. What we do here is find the wind direction, trade the trend and the traps, and print using deduction. And we also save our money by risk analyzing with friends in our WhatsApp group and in the Discord community that's coming soon. But basically, we literally just deduct constantly, try to speculate and hope as least as possible. I'm not saying that everyone's perfect. It's nearly impossible for anyone to not guess and speculate and have some sort of bias here and there. But the best we could do as a human being in this environment is to take everything into consideration, whether that's indicators or price levels or whatever you look at, right? And just try to come up with the best solution for the problems and then the cycles the market is trying to show you, right? And that the market does. That's all it is. You're just trying to make the best educated guess, right? Time is 12. The market's kind of frozen. QQQ point in this big candle. SPY not really going south, so possibly bear trap to go long, or cycles are slow. QQQ EMA looking more and more bullish. We are literally at the 28 EMA. Everything finally caught up now. MACD volume is holding. Yeah, a lot of people are saying there's resistance here. People are saying that they see a flag and also fair value gap, which is all fair. All fair. Looks like they're barcoding here to bring the POC down to me, but you know, I don't want to rely on anything, so I'm just gonna watch. If we barcode here for another hour or two, like the POC is moving down, that's where the majority of the trades are gonna be at. Let's see, time is time is 12:05. This is 12 rejection into 12:05. Tiny. 12 rejection into 12:05. So they were just delayed going southward, right? Just slow, going with time, with cycle. Slow, going with time, going with cycle. I'm expecting some sort of a barcode here though, or a run up. No more south, but yeah, that's what I think. A barcode or run up because of the POC. Time is only 12. It's only been half. There's still 4 hours left, which means the market can do whatever the hell she wants. Market is trying to go long off of 12:05 into 12:10 possibly. In any other environment, I could see a run up too. In any other environment, it's just the only thing is this weird ass candle from earlier, the previous say 4 p.m. close, and this 9:30 level we're at. So, and the VWAP being up there like that. So maybe if we do run right 12:10 somewhere up here, it might be best safe exit because in my personal opinion, I feel like we're gonna make a barcode here, but that's also being like who and speculating. So I'm not gonna do that, but let's just see. Jerry said, "Do not predict, react." Absolutely. Just don't try to predict, but you try to deduct in the live moment that you are in, right? Because you are sometimes making a trade like 2-3 minutes before the candles actually come. Because how do you actually trade? You know what I mean? If you don't do that, sometimes the momentum is like not full on. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're not going long into 12:10, but they're barcoding here. 12:10 to 12:05 bounce, 12:05 rejection. Cycles are super tight. Nothing going on. so far. 1205 bounce, 1205 rejection. Time is 1210. So 1210 is deciding to go lower, looks like. They're barcoding here. I said 1210 gonna be lower, but I think it's gonna barcode here. But yeah, it's literally just crushing people that are going long. Just using this level. Previous day 930 close on QQQ. Previous day 930 open on QQQ. Look at how we're breaking out above it. We're testing it. We're breaking out above it again. We're retesting it, right? So what if we just stay here for a bit? That's not good for people that are in cycles. So data killing now, or the MACD turning bearish. So we'll really see, but like the MACD turning bullish, the MACD turning off, it's sickening after a little bit. All you can do is really pay attention to what's going on, right? So I called out on the WhatsApp group at 12:07 that we're going lower into 12:10, but we could barcode here. So I don't really know how you could trade this, right? You either go long on the fact that we could break out again, or we could, I don't know. I don't really see a trade though because it's kind of chasing 11:55 into 12:10 or 12 into 12:10. That's chasing. So even if they go a little bit red, they are just chop here and probably kill people. This is what always happens though around 11:55, 12, 1, 2. So what can you do, right? You just gotta let the market be. You gotta let the market be sometimes, and try not to trade every single cycle, but to trade the best cycle, like 11:45 into 11:55, or 11:10:40 into any time into 11:40. Literally was just free money for an hour, but you could have just went for 10 minutes and then left. You could have went for 5 minutes and then left. 9:40 into 9:50 was a good trade. 9:50 bounce to 10 was also good, but that was hard to catch, right? Hard to catch. This was shit. This was shit. This was shit, and then 10:40 it was good. So there are just moments where the market consolidates. There are just moments where the market doesn't do anything. Clearly, the market is consolidating, right? After we pushed down crazy, we pushed up. Now we're somewhere, somewhere stable, somewhere neutral, and we're what? Barcoding. What did we do earlier? Barcoded. Every 10 minutes, every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes. So every 10 minutes, 10:55, 12:10, something like that. Something like that could be expected. I'm not saying speculate on it. I'm not saying guess on it. I'm just saying could be expected, right? We could reject off this too, and then we could go lower and then come back up too. I'm just saying. We'll see time. We'll see cycle be used till the end of time. That's all I'm saying. Time is 12:10. So I'm not saying, be bearish or be bullish. Just saying be aware. Some people think they're trapping longs. Into close, you think? Who thinks they're trapping bears down here? And who thinks they're trapping calls up here? Because literally 50-50. We're at the midpoint now, right? So who thinks the bears are getting trapped? Who thinks their bulls are getting trapped up here? Holy crap. That is a big... Wow. I'm going to do a poll in the WhatsApp group too. I'm going to do 11:45 bears or 11:55 bulls. That's the question. 11:45 bears or 11:55 bulls. We are at the midpoint. We are literally at the midpoint. Time is 12:10. Those are some serious red candles. And MACD coming in bearish now. Small side, but earlier it was bearish. So the bullish MACD is just being turned off. That's all it is. It's still bullish slightly on SPY. but now it's getting kinda, yeah, sus for both. These people were already trapped from the floor, but yeah. Now the 1155 did not take profit is kinda looking sus. There's no way. We had 6 people that vote. The 1155 bulls are getting trapped, and then 0 people vote. 1145 bears are getting trapped. I mean, maybe the majority is right, but yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Time is 12:15 now. Time is 12:15. Time is 12. They're losing the previous day 9:30 open on QQQ. Let's go look at some big names, okay? The video, right? Gapped up today. What happened? They gapped up and then gap filled. That is crazy news. Man, look at that sell on the video, okay? Apple sold off the last 4 days. That's disgusting, okay? Number one, that's absolutely disgusting. We could see a huge bounce tomorrow. I also agree with you. Meta dumped off the 1, 2, 3, 4 days of bullishness since last week. Google is bullish. Interesting. Okay. Tesla is at 320. Shook off 328 yesterday. So in between the 320 range. Yeah, interesting day. Very interesting day. The video literally went up on news crazy and they dumped that thing, bro. I was expecting the video to kind of dump off good news today like that, but like, yeah, that's wild. Anybody playing the video puts? That intraday not bullish. I agree. But the only thing is, now we live in the world of zero DTs, you know what I mean? So like, it is not bullish intraday chart looking, but like at the end of the day, they could literally flip everything and then eat everyone's, whatever for whatever they want. That's just the truth. So that is the only thing we gotta pay attention and be careful of. But the market did break yesterday's low, which is significant. Interestingly, I think that's where we're bouncing off of yesterday's low, isn't it? 635.55. That is kind of funny. That's where we're kind of at right now. So we're barcoding here. Maybe bringing the POC here if we stay here for like 2 hours. 2 hours is a long time, but yeah. Interesting. This is literally yesterday's low. So possibly a long again to back above previous day 4 p.m. The MACD is being turned off both sides instantly on occasions. SPY MACD is still bullish looking. It was. Interestingly, it is still. So QQQ rejecting, SPY trying to show strength. Nor said is QQQ building a flag on the 5-minute. Possibility, because people were thinking this is a bull flag, right? I could see it too. But we're literally like flagging on this level, 4 p.m. and 9:30 open. SPY is flagging too. Time is 12:20. They're making like a little divergence and then might fly. Making a little divergence and might fly. Or QQQ is gonna drop. I don't know. QQQ is looking bearish. SPY is looking bullish. QQQ is looking bearish. This is weird. QQQ is looking bearish and SPY is looking bullish. QQQ is dropping into 1220. Look at that. QQQ is dropping into 1220 and SPY is pulling back, right? So this is maybe the real direction for now. Into 1220. I don't know if it's going to go lower. All I'm saying is, you know what I mean, this is all I'm calling out. This does not mean we go lower. All I'm saying is we just rejected off of 1215 at 1216, right? Balance is trying at 1218. Cycles are tight. So the market is deducting, or it's staying here. It's hovering. Bring in the POC somewhere here. No, I could see it. What if we run up here, right? And then we zigzag or something? The POC would be up here. 568. I think SPY POC would be nowhere near, because it has to it has to zigzag here, not where it's zigzagging now. It has to zigzag at 636. Weird. QQQ trying to bounce, SPY trying to reject. What we want is QQQ and SPY to both go together. Unless you want to trade QQQ or SPY separately, but you just have to watch the MACD and volume very, very closely then. They kept doing this since 1205, 1210, now 1220, so you need some sort of a cycle confirmation to say this time it's different. That's how the market does it. The market gives signals to say this time is different, this time blah blah blah, to do it. Time is 1220. 1220 bounce and 1215 bounce on SPY. We're playing with the previous day, 930 open level for now. VWAP's being brought down. You guys notice it? VWAP's being slowly brought down. Maybe they're making people bearish to prepare to go up to somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. That's where the other POC would be. We had 9 people vote that the 1155 bulls are trapped, and that 1 people vote that the 1145 bears are going to be trapped into close. The market somehow showing people both. Using these candles are like somehow for 10, 20 minutes. Giving both sides hope, right? Think about it. If you're in puts here, you'd be like, oh, it's coming back. If you're in calls here, you'd be like, oh, it's coming back. And all they're literally doing is just getting more people to go in, or like more people to think on one side or another until they actually do it. Just killing time. Someone in the YouTube chat said there's an unfilled gap at 566 on QQQ from last week. They might try to fill. Yeah. Time is only 12:20. I don't know how they're gonna bring us down if they do it. Like maybe bounce a little bit and then bring us down like a nuke, or bring us down slowly like they have been doing all day. Like how are they gonna do it? QQQ has been in a downward trending channel all day long. Whoever called that out earlier was absolutely right, because we just been going down, 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 never going up. But I'm gonna draw this line now, so we could, maybe play a bottom to floor if it comes again. But it's hovering at the top, right? Time is 12:25. Just trying to, they're just looking more and more bearish, but like just not going south. So making people think maybe. Yeah. We did nothing for 10 minutes. Previous day 4 p.m. and 9:30 open. This is literally why you market, because the market uses that as like a target or algo or whatever the hell it does. Retest, break down, break apart, break out or whatever it is. It's used a lot. Who did I learn this from? I think it was Ariete Trading. Or I don't think it was Ariete. He's the guy that told me about the CPI, PPI thing at 8:30 candle. Like I printed every month using that. I don't know where I learned this gap thing from, but yeah, there's a lot of people that people follow that we all watch together. Like Mike Schwartz is a good guy. It's like a bunch of traders, but you know what I mean. Everybody has little things here and there that you just learn things from, and you take the most important things and you make your own system out of it. Is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, the most important thing is though, if you struggle, right? If you guys are struggling and you guys are going through pain, try to remember the pain every single day, right? And just love yourself for it, because there's a reason in why you are going through pain, whether that's in trading or whether that's in life or whether that's financially, spiritually or something, right? Whatever it is in life, whatever it is, you just remember it, whether it's for the bad or whether it's for the good, right? But there is a point in struggling, and the point in struggling is to remember it for the future. Kobe once said, I don't know what the exact quote was, but greatness is remembering where you were when you literally lost and when you missed every single shot. Like remembering where you were, next to your loved ones or whatever it was, so that you could better yourself and become better. Wow. 12:20 into 12. Yeah, 12. The danger is there. 12:20 bounce into 12:20, right? And then 12:20 rejection into 12:25. So the danger is there. QQQ is going lower, and SPY is not doing anything. Literally, after the big move, and then a recovery, decent recovery, and we sold off to the midpoint of that recovery, and now it is QQQ went a little bit lower than the midpoint, basically, from this 1145 to 1155 bounce. Maybe this is the flag that people are waiting for or looking for, right? But they really made everybody bearish, 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 and then trying. I don't like how QQQ went down all the way down here, but yeah. I mean, they could have made everybody bearish and then do it. It's true.
They're trapping everybody though. I mean, I guess people that voted in the poll, right? They're all right because they're trapping everybody. They're trapping the 1145 bears and they're trapping the 1150 bulls somehow. Right for now, right? Just using time for literally an hour, and then maybe later on, they're about one of them's gonna get released. But you already know both sides are holding like crazy right now, just waiting, waiting, and waiting. Oh wow, there it tries. 1125. It's just super fast lightning candles, like just so hard to trade this. We have 93 likes. If we can have like 30, 40 more people like the video, I would very much appreciate it. Let's push it past 100. Time is 12:30. And they fighting like crazy. I'm gonna go in one put for $620. They're fighting like crazy. SPX. They get killed with data. Wow. What the hell is that candle? 12:30. They're trying to go long off of that. What the candles are super ass and the cycles are super tight. Trying to trap people. There's a bear trap building off of that weird candle now. Basically no trading, but yeah, this is wild. 5 minute building bullish. The 5 minute building bullish, bro. Through this entire thing. Wow. It looks like a bear trap, but this is like a crazy, crazy, crazy hidden bear trap. Okay, I'm leaving. This is a bull flag building now. $455. It's whatever. Time is 12:31. This shit is literally no trading though. It's just trash. I'm using this trend line. Made everybody bearish, and then in 5 minutes, that one weird candle I went in on should not have, but yeah. 12:28, so 12:30 bounce into 12:30 itself. SPY 5 minute bullish in a weird way. Let's leave it like this for 1 minute. Just want to see what happens. Into 12:35. I mean, because this could be a squeeze, right? Or this could be, but yeah. The puts and the calls are wilding right now because of theta. They're going up and then they're going down because the candles are spiking. So maybe not chase, but to deduct your decision might be the best to limit buy. But if you chase, you're gonna get cooked. We'll get cooked. they're just hurting chasers. That's what's going on, bro. All they're really doing is hurting chasers and paying out people that are limit buying at the top to go short, or people that are, limit buying on calls to go to the top with a trend line. But like, yeah, this is literally bad for people that are going and chasing. There's no momentum, no move. I mean, the puts got spiked crazy, and then they got eaten into this, and then the calls got eaten all day. They literally are the king of shaking me out and then going today too, though, if they actually got. Yeah, I want to take a loss, but like, you know what I mean? The risk is crazy. The risk is crazy holding put here. The risk is crazy going long because you don't know what's going to happen, but I don't even think the market knows what's going to happen yet. They're just waiting. 12.35. The cycles are super tight. Look at this. This is a 12.25, right? Somewhere here. And then this is 12.30, 12.27, right? Making people think we're going to go at that moment, but we bounce at 12.30 into when? 12.30 itself. And then when did we reject? 12.30 into 12.35. So, yeah. Craziness. Whatever's going on here, QQQ is confused too. Time is 12:35. That one candle at that 1 minute, 12:28, made me think. It made me think, but it's not good when this whole cycle, this whole environment is to make people think. On south, on north. So the only way people make money is to go limit buy long, sell, limit buy short, sell. Because it's in like a tiny, tiny, tiny trend. Tiny, tiny downward trend on QQQ. Tiny, tiny neutral trend on SPY. Maybe turning into a downward trend. Maybe. But yeah. Now it's turning into a downward trend. This is some horse. Oh, fuck. Maybe it is turning into a, I can't even say the word, bull trap. And the moment I say that, they go bear trap. Man, they're so good. These people are so good. Time is 12:35. We're just ranging here. Let's see where the POC is. POC is, POC about to shift. You guys see this shit? 635, 63, 64 about to be the new POC. 635, 64 about to be the new POC. I called that an hour ago that we're about to barcode here, and POC probably gonna move down here, but that's what it literally looks like it's doing. Even though they're doing a downward trending channel for 5 minutes. QQQ POC would be up here though. I don't know why we're going so south. We're going so south. We're showing so south, but the QQQ POC is up here. If it does move up, 568.61 or 568.50ish. Time is 12:40. QQQ is bouncing. SPY is trying to reject. Go lower into 12:40. And the puts are going up now, the shit I had. Jerry said it's decision time. Thanks, MB. He said, been on your channel since yesterday. Love the environment here, brother. Thanks, brother. Time is 12:40. Man. QQQ, downward trending channel all day long, and since 11:55 we've been like a 5-minute downward trending channel. It's wild that we never broke out above this at all. There's a lot of power bears then. We did not break out. Look at this shit. 5-minute chopping downwards. Never broke out above that. That's wild. Time is 12:40. QQQ is coming more bearish with no volume. Absolutely no volume. They don't care. Because the 5-minute MACD says, probably, the bullish MACD is being turned off. Wow. My God. That is so sad, guys. I hope you guys are printing because I missed that. I missed that big time. They just shook me out. They shook me out. They literally shook me out at the tippy top, but I went way too early. I tried to, guess instead of react, but literally, yeah. If you reacted here, you know how much money you would be up right now in 2 candles, like, cause literally, bro, this is when you, this is when everybody was saying, looks like lower. Jerry was saying decision time right here, and I was saying, damn, looks like they're going lower. Puts are getting spiked. No, let me go see how much this shit's at. It's at $800 from $600 that I bought in at. That's the saddest thing ever. That is really the saddest thing ever because I go too early and then yeah. 12:30 into 12:35 and then 12:35 decide to go lower into 12:40. It's a little bit harder to see on QQQ, but it really did that. People were calling it out. Man. So people were right in our group. The 10 people that voted, the 9 people that voted, the 11:55 bulls are about to be trapped or something, and the 11:45 bears are slightly still trapped. Still, well, yeah, 11:45 bears are still trapped on SPY, but yeah, 11:55 is definitely trapped now into this. This is good. For people that shorted at 12:30 exactly, but yeah, that is 12:35 was a confirmation, honestly. The MACD volume coming in like that, confirmation. QQQ SPY all going at the same time. 12:40. QQQ did not break the low of the 11:45 candle. 11:43. SPY is not even nearby, and we're bouncing. So this could be a bear trap building off the floor because the floor never broke. The floor LOD is holding. There's no divergence at the floor yet. There's a divergence at the roof. And that was a nice trade too, but earlier the MACD was so bullish going into that, and then they pulled it back somehow. Look at the POC though, guys. Look at the POC. Look at where the POC is. It's shifted down, right? Look at where the POC is. Okay, it didn't shift down on the 1-minute candle, but it looks like it's about to shift down here. It's honestly about to shift down here if we keep doing this zigzag pattern right here. Bears are trapped now off of 1240, looks like. So 635.65 could be the new POC. QQQ says the POC is way above there, but we're bringing the volume down, right? We're bringing the volume down. About 10 cents above there is the next highest volume node, which is 567.86. 567.86. Time is 12:45 in 20 seconds. Time is 12:45 in 20 seconds. That is so sad though, bro. That $620 put went to 800 and something. Couldn't hold it for 10 minutes, but like, yeah. What can I literally do when, you know what I mean? The candles are being like, oh, we could be in a bull flag and then we break out. Now they're breaking out, right? So these people do it at different times. It's just like this could have happened at 12:30. They just didn't do that, and then lower, and then now they're bear trapping on the floor, right? And then they're going back up. So crazy stuff. Data killing almost the people that went short all the way at the bottom. People that went short at 12:40 in 5 minutes, ran up in 3 minutes. Nasty stuff. This was the setup though. The floor not breaking at 11:45, so there's some people going long on that, and then they hit the top of the what trend line. 12:45. Maybe we could mark some sort of a line here as well, going northbound. Southbound, be something like this, but don't really pay, you know, a lot of importance on these. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna draw this shit. Time is 12:45. QQQ, trying to fake out breakout. Wow, the puts got spiked crazy, and then now they're dropping like crazy in 5 minutes or less. Pretty insane to see. Thank you all for hitting the subscribe button, by the way. The calls are coming back alive, slowly but surely, since 12:40 in 4 minutes. Time is 12:45, so it's about to decide what to do into 12:50 from 12:45. QQQ already broke out now. Now we will see whether it pulls back into 12:50 or whether we continue to bounce into 12:50. This is one cycle, right? 12:40 to 12:45, rejection coming. So let's see what happens into 12:50. One cycle, right? Somebody went long, that's amazing. That was a setup, but they have to leave at some point because why? This is one cycle, no confirmation going long. If this rejects and bounces above 12:50, that is the what? Confirmation that this bounce is holding. But yeah, the setup was basically to go long for 5 minutes, but now we don't know. Now we don't know. Because why? We broke out above the trend line and now we are at the trend line. So in 50 seconds, time will be 12:50. Looking like they're slowly rejecting into 12:50, but this could be faked out in any second. Okay. We'll see what happens. The next time, which is 12:47, represents 12:50, the 5-minute candle. The market is deciding what to do. We are at POC though. Look at SPY POC, guys, right? Look at that, right? 6:35.65. When did I call that shit out? 2 hours ago, right? I literally said we're gonna barcode here at when? 12 o'clock. Look at that shit. POC shifted to 6:35.60 something. When did where did I say that? Oh yeah, I said that at 12:36. 12:36. Yeah, it's from some time before that I was saying that though. Now, QQQ. Looks like QQQ bounced. QQQ is about to get new POC up here or down here or somewhere. Up here at previous day 4 p.m. close or down here a little bit below previous day 9:30 open looks like. We rejected at 12:45, bounced at 12:46, so 12:45 in this one cycle into 12:50. Something like this. Oops. MACD coming in bullish to help this cycle. There's a 1 minute gap up here. It's a 1 minute gap up here. Let's see if we gap up and go or if we gap fill. There's some people that are thinking gap fill, gap up and go too because there's a QQQ POC that's a possibility to form 50 cents above. But anything could happen here. This could fill right now, or the setup could be get everybody bearish involved, and then we gap up, and then we gap up, hold, and then we are not gapping up and holding. But if QQQ was the one that gapped up, it could have. If it gapped up here, it probably would have ran and then probably trapped people. That's a good setup too, going long. But for now, nothing. At POC on SPY. We are at POC at SPY. We are below VWAP. But we are ranging here. We are barcoding here. We're killing calls and puts here using POC. For now. Killing time. QQQ. Slightly more bullish than not, right? Because we broke out. 5 minute MACD's coming bullish and we're hovering above the trend line, but yeah. It's not a good picture the entire day. Time is 12:50. Thanks for all hitting the subscribe button. I just went up by 10 or 15 again. I have 180 people watching, so appreciate you all for being here, supporting the channel. Thanks for hitting the like button as well. Now we are at 110. Appreciate it. Time is 12:50. The market is holding this, floor hope, right, at 12:40. So since 12:40 on QQQ2, puts have been burning because we tried the floor, we held this pivot point, and then we reversed up since 12:40. So let's see if they actually burn him on this. QQQ, this might count as a gap up or not. I mean, if this QQQ gapped up happened here or here, I would have been comfortable going long, but SPY gapped up and gap filled on that. Is that POC? But yeah, this is how people play lotto using the pivot point, right? Let's say time is 3, right? And there's only like 3:30, 3:45, whatever it is. People like deduct using the whatever happens that we could break the floor and then we set a new floor, right? At like 3:40, 3:50 or 3:55 and then we revert into 4 p.m. or something like that, or we stay in between the two pivot points and then we just close somewhere in between the two pivot points. It could be down here, or it could be up here, or whatever. Or we run up, break the HOD, right? Make that fake, and then revert into 4 p.m., making this number 1, and then this number 2. Because every single day, there's a HOD and a LOD. I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but I'm just saying, like, that's literally how, smart money, basically retail traders that are deducting, use pivot points and wind analysis, time confirmation analysis in the time period it has left to deduct through the possibilities that exist. because that's what the market is doing. It's constantly deducting through the possibilities that exist in the time period or the time slots that it has left, and it's doing it within that time. $12.55. Time is 12:55 almost. SPY MACD is bullish. On POC. The 5-minute MACD is more bullish than it was earlier. The QQQ MACD is building. Interesting. Showing more bullish than not, right? But the candles are ass. Look at this. But I mean, they're going off the 5-minute MACD. Looks like, yeah, curling up. Time is 12:55. So since 12:40, they shredded the puts from the floor on QQQ. SPY a little bit further away from the floor, but still, technically speaking, right? 12:40 is not the medium point hope. This is floor hope, right? 12 o'clock roof hope. 12:15, what? Median midpoint, right? 12:25, what? Midpoint, right? 12:50, what? Midpoint, right? 12:40, what? Floor hope, right? 12:40, floor hope. If you think about this as in smaller cycle, right? This is the roof, this is the floor. You get what I'm saying? People are literally hoping on the roof, people are hoping on the floor, and people are, you know what I mean? There's some people playing the midpoint, some people are hoping, at every single point. That's what I'm trying to say. The market is showing people different things, different times to get them in, to get them enticed, to get them to guess more. Time is 12:55, and MACD helped them since 12:40. Since 12:40, it was basically free money to be in. 12:40, free money to be in because the MACD died bearish side, and then it turned bullish. Actually, no, it didn't turn bullish. It was bullish. QQQ is the one that kind of turned bearish and then turned bullish. Wow, that is a run into 12:55. That is a run. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Hell of a print in 15 minutes. Look where we're at. Previous state, 9:30 open and 4 p.m. close. Pretty incredible. Time is 12:55. Bullish run from 12:40 from the floor, right? Bear trapping everybody into 12:55. Looks like bear trapping everybody from the floor, 12:40 into 12:55. I mean, this might even break off. That's how bullish it is right now. But that was actually a real bull push since the breakout here. It's actually a real bull push since 12:45. And they hit the target. previous day, 4 p.m. close, W has formed on the charts. A big, big W at the bottom. That is incredible how the MACD came back like that. Turned super bullish, turned super off, and then back on, back off, and back on. And 5 minute was saying it was bullish. Wow. That's why I wasn't going down here. But QQQ went down to the floor. QQQ went down to the floor and then trapped people at the floor. Time is 12:55 and they're still going. Holy crap. Still running crazy. Look at the MACD now. Look at the MACD now. It's the most bullish it's been the entire day. It's the most bullish push it's been the entire day. That is something. Not for QQQ. QQQ at open, it did that. But SPY, it was never bullish the entire day. Now it's bullish, right? Since 12:40 to 12:55. So literally in 15-20 minutes. 15-20 minutes, bulls are printing crazy. From the floor on QQQ as well. Rocket to Valhalla. Man, they're exponentially going. Look at QQQ. Exponentially going. Creating a huge W at the floor. Wow. Incredible. It's just like a buyback on 1 hour, but still. It's a beautiful pattern to see. It's a beautiful sell, and then bounce, and then floor hope trap. This is what I literally call a floor hope trap. And then they go long. I did not go long, but I clearly called out the moment this shit happened that this is a what? Floor hope, right? I did call it out. It's just I don't want to. That was a good long. Back to here, it's just yeah. You literally can't see that unless you are looking at the 5 minute on the SPY. You could have went long on that, but the only thing is when I switched on QQQ, it was about here. QQQ was about here, and I was like, that's a little bit weird how it did that. And then QSPY and QQQ both going, but that was at 12:50. That was literally at 12:50. So 10 minutes ago. 12:50. Damn. Time is 1 p.m. Time is 1 p.m. So there's a reason why the market goes long, and there's a reason why the market does certain things, because it's literally set up. It's literally like the floor hope set up. Certain things. Bull flag breaking down, getting everybody bearish. 9:30 p.m. breaking down, faking down below, faking up below, everything. Wow. Oh, time is 1:01. They're still climbing. Guess how much the calls went up, bro? The SPX call from 12:40 was at $525. At 1 p.m., it's at $1,500. That is incredible. The shit started at $3,200. That is incredible. They literally sold off the calls from $3,000 to $500, and then they bought it, and then holy crap! Wow! Now it's at 1K. Wow. Market That is what you call market index manipulation. Nah, but one hell of a print. Since 1240. Because at 1245, right, the calls, at 1240, the calls went lower than it did at 1245. Can you guys believe that? At 1240, the calls went lower than it did at 1245. And then these people bought it all. These people bought it all because of data and everything. And the setup was literally the floor not breaking, and they just run it up. And that shit went up like 110%. Not 100. That shit went up like 60%. I don't even know. 50 something percent. Crazy. But literally, go look at the contracts. At 1240, it went lower than it did at 11 whatever. That's wild. But this is what they do. This is what they do. The three biggest institutional trading, hedge funds right now are basically doing this. In global markets. Not even in the US, in Europe, in India, in Korea, everywhere. Just getting the puts and calls cheap as hell with the index, and then when everybody's one way, they go the other. Because it's 0 DT. This is how they print. This is how we print now the world, using setup, using deduction, and everything because of 0 DT puts. Because of 0 DT puts. And calls. 0 DT puts and calls. It was not like this 10, 20 years ago. But now that the options expire every single day, it just helps the market draw the way it needs to. That is one hell of a run though. Wow. I bought that shit earlier at 600. Time is 1:05. They brought us down so much. And then back up to previous day 4 p.m. close on QQQ. SPY right below VWAP. 1:05. Always look at the 5-minute MACD though. That's why I always toggle on and off 5-minute, 1 minute, 5-minute, 1 minute. Because when they are sneaky like that, when they go like that, it's the 5-minute MACD helping. Always 5-minute MACD helping. But in this entire cycle, we literally saw the 5-minute MACD being bullish, right? Time is 1:05. SPY is at 636.5. Look what happened though. They brought the POC down, right? This is where everybody was trading. And then the moment that happened, they blew it up. And QQQ is somewhere here now, where the new POC is gonna be. Looks like 568.49. Well, this is how they do it. This is how they do it. Because at 1250, look where the QQQ POC is. 1250 is down here, and then we blow up past previous day 4 p.m. at 9:30, and then we're at the second biggest POC or volume node. And SPY is above the POC, which means this is where everybody is trading or was trading. Time is 12:10. Sorry, 1:10. Time is 1:10. So epic W formed. A downward trend, and then an epic W formed, breaking out of the downward trend. If there was a downward trend that we drew, we broke out at some time like this. Or sometime like this. Right. Time is 1:10. Had POC on QQQ. EMAs are doing work. So 110 rejection at 110. So cycles are tight, no confirmation. Possibly barcode here is what I think. That is an epic sell and an epic run. Epic run. It's like 1 o'clock, both broke 11:55. 1 o'clock, both broke 11:55. This is why calls got spiked too. Time is 1:10. Bounce is trying at 1:10. Off the POC. So let's see what happens into 1:10, 1:15. The MACD volume is still bullish. Still bullish. The POC shifted. This is where everybody's trading on QQQ now. That shit was wild. They went down from here, and then floor hope trapped people, and then they broke the roof. So these people weren't even trapped. They got relieved. Crazy stuff. But I guarantee you, people that were long here, and if they didn't take profit and they held through all that, they probably left somewhere going down. Because they're thinking that that's not gonna hold. But psychologically speaking, like, this shit's like perfect. That's why I always say until the low breaks of that candle, right, it never broke. That's why I always say be careful. Floor hope coming, blah blah blah. Be careful. I'm leading before roof, blah blah blah. I'm leading before floor because of this reason. Because you don't know when they're gonna revert. All you're doing is sitting there with your contracts, with your options, and you're hoping for them to break the floor. You're hoping for them to break the roof, but it never happens until they do it. So the only thing you can do at that point, right, is to run with your profit before the option comes to decide later, right? This is a 1039 best safe exit and 1040 bounce. So you know how hard this shit is for people to leave. Like I would be like, oh, 1037 best safe exit, 1039 best safe exit. We could revert at 1040. Oh, we could revert at 1043 best safe exit. Blah 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 blah. Because I'm constantly thinking. I'm constantly thinking about shit like that. Time is 1:15 because it's 1:13. This is still a 110 bounce or 105 bounce into 110. Small cycle. QQQ wants to go higher, looks like it too. 115. SPY. Looking like it wants to go higher too. There's a difference in the cycle though. There is a difference in the cycle. Because 107 is representing 110. Yeah, we'll see. Confusion going on right now. POC shifting up on QQQ. Candles are trying to squeeze on the 1 minute candle. Let's go look at some big names. Tesla, 320s. Nvidia, 176. POC about to shift. Google ran up. Nice. Look at that Google run into 1 o'clock though. That is literally helpful, or was helpful for the market. Meta also ran from 1240 into 1. You guys see that, right? So either we continue this run together with all the big names, or just have your eye on Meta and big names like Google. Meta and Google important right now because the market looks like Meta and Google since 1240 into 115. 1240 to 115. The MACD still coming in bullish after the I don't know how these people do it, because the 1 minute MACD looks bearish like that and the 5 minute still bullish. So maybe they're like pumping volume, or I don't know how they're doing it, but it's happening. It's happening. Time is 1:15. We're right below VWAP. 636.5. QQQ 568.8. Man, that was such a nice break at 12:45. Such a nice break for like 20-40 minutes. I wish I took that trade. I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling a lot of FOMO from that. I'm feeling a lot of FOMO from that. It's basically like the second best trade of the day after writing that whole shit down. That trade was basically the second best trade of the day going up. Time is 1:20, 1:15. 1:15 rejection into 1:20 showing, but it's so minuscule that it's not even, you know what I mean? Like you need a cycle confirmation to short, so there's nothing here. But there's so much FOMO from that shit. Everyone's like, I'm up 60%, I'm up 100%. Literally so quick. So quick. I'm gonna expect it to break down and then go back to trend line and keep going up, to be honest, and have some sort of cycle game here. Because it's not just me drawing this line, it's probably like a million people. There's technical traders, there's fundamental traders, and then there's people that use everything. I call myself a cyclical time confirmation based trader, trend trader, win trader. I don't even know if I'm scalping, bro. Like, I used to talk crap about scalpers, but like honestly, like that's just what trading is. It's just so damn volatile, and it goes up and down so damn much that like, look at this shit. Somebody printed 50% in 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Like 20%. That's crazy. Somebody printed like 100% in literally an hour. That's crazy. 1 hour out of what? 8 hours? 8 hours of trading? It's a lot of time. For a short period of time, that plays out like crazy. Even going from 11:55 to 12:40 was good, but that was like 50 minutes, yeah. That was okay. So the market is cycling, definitely, right? 11:45, 11:55, and then 11:40 it tried to break the floor and then trap people in floor break, and now we're hovering almost, I'm not even going to say the word midpoint, but I mean midpoint is VWAP. So we're closer to the midpoint than the floor, to be fair, right? And if you look at the market, technically speaking, 11:45 is the floor, 11:55 is the what? Midpoint hope, right? Or the roof hope. All this is like midpoint of the floor, right? 12:40 is the floor. 11:15 is 1:15 is what? Midpoint hope or something. I'm just saying smaller cycle, but yeah. Okay, rejecting off of 115 into 120. No cycle confirmation shorting, but still happening. QQQ. Just looking bearish, but nothing. I don't think it's nothing because one rejection into 105 and then went higher into 115 and then 115 lower into 120. So what if we go higher into 125? All I'm saying is better to short confirmations like 125 bounce and then we fell 125 into 130. It would be way more money than something else. But if we go higher, if we hold this right, if we go back up 120 bounce into 125, this high breaks, that's also a possibility to go long too. All I'm saying is this is no good shorting. This is like almost biased or guessing shorting. They're going clearly right in one cycle, but this is again no cycle confirmation. Shorting. Time is 1:20. So let's see if it bounces at 1:20 or if it goes straight down through previous day 4 p.m. and 9:30 open. I don't know if it's gonna bounce or not and reject. I really don't know. All I'm saying is, you know, like things move very fast. All I'm saying is these levels are gonna be used as certain levels. Clearly, it was used today, right? Clearly, right? When we were at 1040, we're like, oh my gosh, where's this thing going? We're like, oh, gap filled. Oh, target reached, right? All I'm saying is that was target reached. Anything below that was danger, right? Anything below that was greed, human greed. Come get me, I'ma eat you. And then anyone that went, come get me, they got ate, right? And then all I'm saying is like literally, Anything below that was dangerous. Anything above that was what? Dangerous. Anything below that was dangerous. Anything above that was dangerous. So what can you do? What can you literally do? You can what? Play cycles. You could leave, deduct, right? You could go long here. You could leave once it passes 4 p.m. You know, I would call this best safe exit, right? You could go short. Once it goes down way too much, I'd be like, yo, this is too much. You know, best safe exit. Let them play the floor out, right? And then once they go up, you get in call, right? Once they break out above the 4 p.m. close, you know what I would do? I would get in at 12:45 and I would leave at 12:55, because for me that is safety. For me that's guaranteed, instead of hoping, instead of guessing, instead of bias, instead of continuously holding, instead of looking at the 1 minute candle being like bullish, bullish, bearish, bearish, because I don't effing know. All I know is like I could deduct through certain things using certain levels, like previous day 4 p.m. close, like CPI 830. Like we printed crazy the other CPI PPI, but I'm telling you, wait until August CPI PPI, because it's literally going to be a guaranteed printer. It's the same shit every month. Like these people are not lying. Like these traders like Ariete, Mike Schwartz, like when they tell you certain things, like I literally have practiced them and I've tried it and I see it myself. So when I struggled in my life, right, and I've listened to them and I've tried shit and it actually works, or I see it happening, I'll remember that shit. Like I'll use it for the future. I will not forget that, because it happened for a reason. And shit, I don't have to pay any of them for anything. So look, time is 125. 120, 125 bounce. 120, 125 pounds. But there was like 6 or 10 YouTubers that I could literally list. That's so nice and that's so helpful. That's like helpful to anybody that wants to learn, like money or not. They just have so much information. If the person that you watch has a system or not, that is the most important thing. Okay, 120, 125. The MACD volume is still bullish on the 5 minute, but we are rejecting below the VWAP for now. We're doing a rejection below VWAP using this trend line, but if we go up to the trend line, where is that? The VWAP. So technically a 120 bounce into 125. Technically a SPY says SPY is confused. Because look at all these low. 636.18. So they're all the same lows. 120 and 125 have the same lows. So we'll see. QQQ bouncing nice. We did not go back to the previous day 4 p.m. close. POC is up here. So in some people's eyes, maybe that's more bullish than not. But just be aware, SPY and QQQ can go at different times. If QQQ runs like crazy, right, SPY could come back up here. Just because QQQ does boop does not mean, right, SPY is gonna boop back up too. Like it could, right? The possibility is there, but I'm just saying, like, the possibility is there for anything. So time is 125. Time is 125. It says U.S. Secretary Basant, we want to de-risk with rare earths, chips, and medicines, Mitchell said. CNBC News. Let's go check CNBC real quick. My candles are going lower on QQQ and SPY. It says Boeing slashes losses as CEO touts our turnaround year. S&P 500 retreat 9 minutes CNBC. Interesting. That came out 9 minutes ago. at 1:18 p.m. 1:17 p.m. CNBC. So, do we rally up on this bad news, or do we do we go down a little bit on this bad news? We'll see. Wonder where Bitcoin's at. BTC is at 117,000, so still above 116,000, still bullish. Holy crap, the market is trying bullish push. Wow, at 130. What is that candle? 130. Big candle. What in the world? 130. It's a huge candle. Wow. Spike is coming. Nuke north, nuke south. Let's see. 10 seconds. This candle closes. This must be on the Treasury Secretary news or something. There's some big boy news coming up. Hello, can you guys hear me? Mic is cutting out. We got awfully close to the trend line up there though on that candle. Awfully close. So maybe the algos are creating a range to play in for now. But we are not going low on that candle yet. What was that? I really feel like it's 50-50 right now. Like, what do you guys think? Long or short? Nobody knows what to do right now. Everybody in the WhatsApp groups like literally confused on what to do on this news. This news candle's coming in. It's jumpy up and down. Time is 1:30. This is 128 candle represents 1:30 and time is actually 1:30 and we're having an inside candle. So it's an indecision. It's best to just wait. It's indecision candles. This is basically futures trading, but this just options day trading. It's one huge 1 minute candle, and we're pulling inside of it. The same thing with people doing doing futures, because the market operates in 5 minute increments too. After 4 p.m., it's just people be trading in 1 minute in the 5 minute candles or something, 5 minute in the 15. So basically playing inside a huge candle. Better to just wait and let the market go, break down, retest, and then go back up, or like break down, retest, and then fall down or something, whatever it is, you have to let the market be. We could basically range here, go to the top, go back down, go to the down, we'll go down, go back up. So I don't think it's really a good trade right now. This is literally, if you think about it, every single minute is hope-based trading, right? Is it really good to trade hope-based? Not really, right? Only one side's gonna win here, big time, probably. So it's basically 50-50. I literally said that in the WhatsApp group at 129. I think it's 50-50, but yeah, some people are going calls, some people are going puts. This is literally just patience game. It's testing you as a human being to be more patient than computers or whatever it is going on right now. Looks like lower, but I don't want to do it. Like until the low of anything breaks. All right. Time is 1:30 and 1:35 is coming. 1:35 is coming. To be honest, it looks a little bit lower, but like the risk is still there. The risk is there because of this candle doing this. Risk is still there. The 5-minute volume is bullish. The 5-minute volume is bullish. But the candle structures are telling me right now that we could break the low of the candle right now at 135. Okay, so this is lower. From 130 into 135. Time is already 135, so now best to wait for a retest or something. SPY did not break it, right? Something's going on. But now we are outside this candle, so we could expect some sort of a test after a breakdown or something. But SPY did not break that down. Time is 1:35 and we're still inside of it. Literally, this is 130, 128, lower into 133, 135, right? But we're bouncing at 135 already, so cycles are super tight. However, let's see. SPY. That's not even a good trade though, because like looking at that, shorting SPY doesn't even go that much. And the MACD is more bearish on QQQ, but not really. It's not even bearish. A little bit less on SPY. But yeah, SPY broke, or QQQ broke, and then SPY did not. The 128 candle. It's just slow movements. And now, time is 135. So this is the real move from 130 into 135. Looks like. Okay. Now SPY broke it, and wait for a retest maybe. I don't know. I would expect it to retest to go back up or something, or retest to I don't know something. Time is 1:35. The candles are coming in scary now. The candles are coming in scary. So yeah, missed short, sure, but it's just like I said, the risk is there. QQQ broke 135. I called it out, right? But we could have still bounced there. All I'm saying is SPY decided to go more from 133 into 135 itself, right? So time is 135. Let's just see what happens at 135, which is a fair statement, right? But like I said, it's always best to wait for a confirmation to short. This is the confirmation to short. That's crazy confirmation, right? But still, it was on SPY. QQQ, little bit sus because this shit went higher. So you know what I'm saying? You guys understand what I'm saying? Like people are thinking long because of this candle on QQQ. People are thinking short because of this candle on SPY. But that's basically the confirmation because this could have went higher. Right? Some people are thinking this is gonna go to the trend line. Some people are thinking this is the candle too short. But all I'm saying is I literally can't tell until when 9 or until when 11. Sorry, I can't even talk. 133, right? At 133. At 133, I called it out in the group. Lower from 130 to 135, and time is already 135. So I don't know. LOL. Time is 133 already. Best to wait for a retest or something. SPY did not break it, and then in 1 minute it broke it. So this is the retest on QQQ. SPY retested, right? On retested. Let's see what happens. 140 time is 140 because it's 137. So technically speaking, QQQ is bouncing for 2 minutes, right? And SPY is bouncing for 1 minute off of 136 into 137. So let's just see what happens here. Wow, going lower. Damn, that was the retest to go lower. I did not go. That was the retest to go lower. Holy fuck. That was the retest to go lower. Oh my god. Oh my god. No way. Oh my god. Yo, I was about to fucking say in the group, like, look at that candle touching to go lower, but I did not go. Oh my god. Crazy. Crazy candle, bro. Oh my, that is the best trade of the day. What the fuck? No way. Oh my. I was literally typing in the group, bro. Look, I typed in the group at 135, retest maybe, and then at 138 I said retest to go lower, but that's just way too late. At 138 I was like retest to go lower, and then it literally just boomed into where previous day 4 p.m. close, 9:30 open. That is fucking wild. Oh my god. That is wild. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, right? I told you to wait until it goes away, right? Or if you deduct it, it goes south, it's southward. And then what? Wait until the retest, and then what? Short the retest, right? Or I didn't say short the retest, but I literally said retest could go higher or retest could go lower. But that was literally the retest. That was the confirmation to short to 130. And 140 was the confirmation to go lower to short. Wow. That is unfucking believable. In one candle, that has to be the best. That has to be the best trade of the day, bro. What the? In one candle. Oh my. Man, from 636, right? 636.4 to literally 635.4. So that's a whole dollar on SPY. I can't even imagine how much puts went up. I can't even. That's a dump. I can't even imagine how much that shit went up just now. They're dumping on the bulls at top. That is disgusting. Because they made the trend bullish. We are still on a bullish trend, but like they basically bear trapped here to go higher to do this. 2 POC on the 5-minute candle. That's fucking wild. Today is disgusting. Disgustingly beautiful. Disgustingly beautiful. Because why? We're deducting through every single cycle, are we not? We're deducting to the floor. We're deducting that it's dangerous, right? We're deducting to the bounce. We're deducting that it's dangerous above this shit, right? And we're deducting to the floor, and we're deducting that it's dangerous on the floor, right? That they're about a floor trap where it's a possibility. And they run up, they go past, and what did I say when it went past? I said, I don't know, and like looking at the, blah blah blah, it was dangerous above previous day. It was dangerous below. So this is literally pattern. This is the day environment. This is the environment. I really thought we were going to go back up the trend line or something or retest, but like straight up, that's the retest. The nuclear candle at 130 doing that to confuse people on QQQ2, and 140, and then boom. That is so sad because that was the best trade, but like literally, yeah, that is so hard to catch from 135 to 140, and you wait for that, and you do it. Oh, yeah. They did that by minuscule. Look at that. Minuscule. Retest. Unbelievable. Now what? Since we hit this level. Yeah. Who printed big on that, bro? Did anybody print big on that? Like, that rejection was actually really hard to get in on because it moves so fast. Sean said boom 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 just like that, big guacamole. Yeah, who printed big on that, guys? Damn. This is super bearish. Breaking off horizontal support now in SPY. The MACD helping. That is crazy. Look at that. The MACD was super bullish, and then in two cycles, in 10 minutes, completely turned off, right? Since when? 135 into time is 145, right? That is disgusting. 145. 135 into 1. This is, I literally told you this is the bounce to, right? The retest, and then in 10 minutes somebody printed like 200%. This has to be the best trade of the day. I'm not gonna lie, this has to be the absolute best trade of the fucking day if someone's holding right now. This is crazy. Look at that bull trap. This is crazy. Let's be careful though. Let's be careful. When everybody is euphoric, when everybody is fearful, is when you need to wake up, and when you need to exit, and when you need to close your positions, and when you need to focus. Okay? Time is 1:43. This is 1:45, technically speaking. Okay? We shredded. We absolutely shredded from 1:35 past the previous day, 4 p.m. close, past the previous day, 9:30 open, and then we basically dumped. So this is yesterday's low, by the way. Like whatever is going on here from 140 to 145 is yesterday's low. So maybe it's dangerous to be down here too, right? So let's just take everything into consideration. MACD is super bearish on the 1 minute candle. The 5 minute candle is just neutral. So that's the only reason why I'm like not super bearish. But if the 5 minute candle was super red right now, we will be sliding like crazy. That's what I think. But all this move is doing is just trapping bulls at the top. The 1 o'clock to 1:30 bulls. That's literally all it's doing. Because it looks super bullish. We cannot lie. It looks super bullish at 110, 115. Did it not? Right? Calls were absolutely shredded. And, I mean, puts were absolutely shredded, and calls were printing crazy. And then this nuclear candle came, and then it was confusing people. And then it reverted. So anything is possible. 145 bouncing at 143. This is 145 bouncing. $145 bounce at 143 does not mean we go higher, but we are higher than 143 into 145. Let's see what happens. What if we zigzag here? Then we kill calls and puts into close. So just take consideration. Take into consideration the possibilities. That is a crazy trend line breakdown. I'm not gonna lie. I told you guys news base, right? That CNBC news coming out, and then we were super bullish after that. And then it made everybody bullish, and then yeah. So the news make people bullish or bearish, whether it be the real direction or they're faking out, showing you, real direction for a little bit to do the real move or whatever it is. The best way to catch them all is to try to deduct them. Deduct them one by one. Deduct them and be like, okay, now it's getting risky. Okay, that was call run, and now it could be blah blah blah, and that's how you print. But if you are doing, hey, it's a call run, we're going to be continuously call, then it might be dangerous, right? And if you're in short and you're continuously, oh, we're going to go short, past 11:45, short, 12:40, short, we're going to go break the LOD, short. That's dangerous. That's no risk analysis. You know what I mean? That is no risk analysis, no deduction, just straight up hope-based trading, which is not good. It's so risky that it will just liquidate your money 20 times over. Time is 1:50. It's 145 bounce, 145 rejection into 150. Looks like. Okay, 145 bounce, 145 rejection into 150. 150 is holding the low of the 145. 1143 candle, so this is what? Smaller cycle is happening, right? Whether it holds or whether it breaks down, we don't know, but it's smaller cycles. Barcoding here, or bullish, or whatever, faking, whatever it is, it's doing it with cycle, with time, because everything is time based. This 1 minute candle, if you look at this in the SPX chart, right? We will go look at the SPX chart, 5 minute candle right now, right? This is today. And if you look at this in the 1 minute candle, right? You see what I'm saying? The low of 1140 was when? 1143, right? The high of 115 was when? 117 a.m. 117 p.m. You get what I'm saying here? The high of the morning at 9:40 was when? 9:39 or 9:40, right? I don't know which one. 9:40 or 9:39, which could represent what? 9:40. So if you practice looking at this 1 minute candle in relation to the 5 minute candle, you will do so much better identifying the wind, identifying the cycle, identifying the start and the end of a bearish cycle, identifying the start and the end of a bullish cycle, whatever it is, so that you could deduct more than anyone else in the world, which is a lot because there's like billions of people in this world, right? So like this is what I'm telling you, bro. Steve Harvey once said, right, if you want to be extra, a top of ordinary, you gotta be extra. If you wanna be extraordinary, you have to be extra on top of ordinary. You get what I'm saying? A little bit, but yeah. Time is 150, 145, 150. Look at this QQQ gap down, and they're pushing down. QQQ gap down, and they're pushing down. Time is 150. So weird candles coming in, weird structures coming in. 5 minute candle being dragged down. Gap down and going. Trying. I don't know, either we bounce up and trap all the bears down here, or we break LOD. It's so close, that's why. We might push down with this gap. We're pushing down with the gap, looks like. Time is 150. Wow, it's moving. It's moving fast. Gotta think about it. There's all these bulls trapped now. There was bears trapped earlier, and now there's so many bulls trapped at the top. QQQ is not going near the floor. There's bears trapped on QQQ too. You gotta think about that. So that's wild. SPY bears trapped down here, bulls trapped up here, QQQ bears trapped over here at 1240. This is wild. QQQ gap filling. SPY bouncing at 150. QQQ bouncing both at 150. So they're both moving in conjunction with each other together. You guys could clearly see the difference in the power though, right? In the power of whatever's going on from 130 to 150, 130 to 150. Because why? There's different amounts of bears and bulls trapped on QQQ and SPY because of the different crap they did. I don't know why QQ, I don't know. This looks like they were both trapped here, but then not releasing this. QQQ did not gap fill. Let's go look at IWM. Yours said IWM broke the trend line going lower. IWM has been selling today as well from the top, but it is at POC. Tesla flagging. Google dropped down from earlier. I remember earlier I said let's watch Google or Meta, right? So why? Meta dropped down. Look at Meta. My baby Meta. Meta lost POC and dropped down lower. Apple. Oh my lord. 108. What happened to Apple? What is going on with Apple? QQQ. Time is already 1:50. Now it's 2 p.m. and there's 2 hours left in the market. We went up, we went down, we went up, we went down in 2 hours. So 30-minute cycles was great to trade, right? 11:45, 12, 12:45, 150 or 115, 115 to like 145. So it was one hell of a gift again from the market if someone was able to deduct and trade both sides. It's just you have to be there perfectly in that moment to take the trade. 155. Cap filled on QQQ. 155. Trying to bounce off of 150. Need some sort of confirmation to stay higher though. Or maybe there is no confirmation. The only thing that people can play on is this level maybe. Going up to it, going down to it. But seriously, it's kind of hard to get a confirmation to go higher. It happens so fast. I called out confirmation here, but like yeah, it's literally so fast. One to 55. Yeah, nuke from 150 to 155. When calls go, they run crazy for 5 minutes too. You gotta admit, right? Boom, 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 boom. Literally 5 minutes. So you're literally just playing no confirmation, going long basically. Which you can, but you know what I mean. You just gotta be able to see this low at 150. And now we are at previous day 9:30, 4 p.m. level closes. This is absolutely wild. We're trapping everybody. Trapping bulls, trapping bears, trapping bulls, trapping bears. On QQQ. SPY, trapped bear, trapped bull, trapped bear, trapped bull, trapped bear. If people didn't leave. Holding cycles. But literally, I didn't think we were going to barcode this big, right, on the previous day. But we must say, right, this shit has been barcoding crazy right here. It's been barcoding crazy today after the huge sell-off. So bear flagging literally at previous day 4 p.m. and 9:30 a.m. open. When I said earlier when we were coming down, oh we could barcode here, I was thinking like small side, you know, not like literally 2 or 3 times bigger. But the market's gonna do what they want to do. Time is 2. So this is a 10-minute push from 150 into 155 into 2 o'clock. Whoops. But yeah, this is why I said when I drew this line, I was like, let's be very careful because that going down there is so damn bearish that like they're gonna trap people using this, right? And they basically trap people using that. Like I literally drew that here, and I was like, let's be careful even drawing this shit. But they break out of that and then pull back, and then yeah, this time is 2. Thank you all for hitting the subscribe button. I am passing 400 now. I would never have imagined this in 2 days, by the way. And I have 190 people watching. I had 125 people hit the like button. So I'm very, very, very blessed. And thank you all for being here. And God bless you. You know, God bless your loved ones. And also, yet again, God bless this country because this is one of the greatest countries in the world that we are all living in together now, right? Most of us, a lot of us. So, yeah, whatever race you are, wherever you are in the world, I hope you all happiness. I hope you all, you know, bless, bliss, whatever the word is, and I hope you guys are all having a wonderful time. Time is 2. We are hovering at previous day 9:30. Time is 2 p.m. 150 is higher than 1145, right? So still in a bullish trend, right? Everything is still in a bullish trend. Because 1145 low is holding. So, you know, maybe the 2 pivot points hold into the close, right? Because every single day, what? There is a LOD. Every single day, there is a HOD, right? Yesterday, what happened? We went high into 10, we went low into 1120, and then we closed in between. Right, we ran up at the end of the day. The day before that, what happened? We made a floor at 940. We ran up from 940 to 1130, and then we closed in between the 2 pivot points. Right? We could set a new pivot point. All I'm saying is that unless the day is an unnatural pump or unnatural dump day, signifying to smart money or hedge funds that something's about to happen overnight, more likely than not, there's going to be 2 pivot points, signifying a LOD and a HOD, signifying people printing, calls and puts from here to there, signifying who's winning and who's not. Because that's how the market is operating. This is how the market, paints and deducts instead of like being so chaotic 24/7. It's like a chaotic, organized system that they're using. Time is 2. So into Lotto, we might see a floor break and then pump back up, or into Lotto, we might run, right? Or into Lotto, we could barcode, or we could do all of the above. But as time gets closer to 4, there's less and less and less what? Time confirmation checkpoints, like 5-minute increments, right? There's only like how many 5 minutes are there in 1 hour? Like 30? Not retarded. You know what I'm saying? How many 5-minute increments are there in 2 hours? Right? We are touching the previous day 4 p.m. close. The MACD is not bullish or not bearish, but it is trapping bears down here. It's wild. Using these 2 levels is all I could see right now, right? SPY is at the trend line, horizontal sloping. So what we called out somewhere midday, right? Anything below this is gonna get kind of hurt with time and theta. Anything above here is gonna get risky, right? They literally broke down once, broke up once, broke down twice, broke up twice, broke down third time, maybe break out 3 times. Well, like all I'm saying is it was literally touched and used about 5 or 6 times in the span of 3 hours. That is crazy. Crazy. I'm not saying every single day, right, the setup is same. Every single day it's gonna go test the blah blah blah. Every single day it's gonna go gap fill. It's not. All I'm saying is, it's better to have these levels marked than not, because if they do it, you're not sitting there hoping and you're not sitting there unknown. You're actually sitting there knowing, and you're sitting there trying to think about it, what other people are thinking about, how they're showing certain things, so that you could deduct 24/7. Time is 2:05. 2 p.m. rejection into 2:05 slightly, but there's no confirmation that says we're gonna go lower than here. Everything says that we were lower here, and then we just trapped them into this level. So what did we do last time we were here? We kept going up, right? So maybe hover or keep going up, but pattern says we did not drop down immediately when we were here. So let's just see. Time is 2:05. Patterns make up the environment. The environment makes up the intraday. The intraday makes up, the week. The week makes up the month. The month makes up. Smaller cycles are within bigger cycles. Bigger cycles are within bigger cycles. Like medium-sized cycles are in bigger cycles. Time is 2:05. If they really do run up somehow, they're showing a lot of power every single time we're here. Time is 2:05. So 2:05 is higher than 2. SPY is trying to squeeze higher than 2 right now. SPY is higher than 2, looks like. Can't call it, too tight. Can't call it, too tight. Just because they did it earlier does not mean we do it now, you know what I'm saying? But 150 to 205 was great, I think. 150 to 205 was great. Now it's just uncertainty, so it's better to watch maybe. Earlier, the MACD and volume, everything was bullish. Earlier, the MACD and volume was way more bullish at 1240 to 130. That's why the calls got completely spiked, and then they dumped it on them. So the MACD is not bullish. That's all I know. It's fine. Taking everything into consideration, like it's not like the exact same setup as before, but yeah, certain things change. This 2 p.m. level could be a pretty important resistance, smaller cycle. I don't want to draw it, but yeah. It's a weird place to bounce at, that's why. Right below 930 at 2. Time is 2:05. Time is 2:05. Candles are flickering. I mean, the 1 hour candle is bearish. 30-minute. 2 hours left. Not really bearish, not really bullish. Just at the median point, at the middle point. Looking at the intraday chart, right? 1145, 11, 1240, 140, 150. More near the floor than the midpoint, so floor hoping for now. Depending on how you look at the cycle, right? You could say this is roof hoping, this is middle point, and this is floor, but yeah, here's the bigger picture too. So time is 2:05. The market's slowing down a little bit. No real movements right now, but literally just slowing down. Making a tiny ass barcode since 155 into 210. QQQ gap down 1 minute. QQQ gap down 1 minute. That's a pretty significant gap down too. Look at that. Look at that. It's gap down and going. Gap down and going south. Looking like it's gonna break the 2 p.m. level right now. I'm not going in. I was thinking about shorting 1K. Honestly, it would have been a good short, but like, there's no way, there's no way someone's gonna know until that shit happens. Time is 2:10, so this is 2:05, lower to 2:10. QQQ gap down 1 minute candle. I was gonna mark this level as a support, but I did not. I was gonna mark this level as a resistance, but I did not. But there's some quick moves going on. Time is 2:10. There's a SPX gap here now. I mean, there's a QQQ gap here now, right? To basically did this off of what? Previous day 4 p.m. level, right? Previous day 4 p.m. level into 2:10. Gapping down and pushing down into 2:10 itself. Gapping down and pushing down at 2:10 itself. They're leaving the gap there. They're leaving the gap there. Pushing lower into 2:10 with the gap. Oh, QQQ bouncing at 210, trying. Oh. SPX is going. QQQ is trying to bounce. Time is 2:10, 2:13, 2:15 bounce. Sorry, 2:10 bounce. Trying. QQQ, trying to gap fill, going long. That gap is not filling yet. We're really ranging the previous day 4 p.m. and 9:30 open on QQQ perfectly, creating a wedge while doing so. Gap is not even filling. That's wild. Slow candles, very slow candles. $2.15, not gap filling. $2.15 rejection for 1 minute. Time is 2:16 p.m. Not a lot going on, really. SPY is now gaining momentum to go higher a little bit. Calls are coming back alive a little bit, but so slow. Taking their sweet time. Time is 2:16, about to be 2:20. Gap filling looks like now. Gap fill trying on QQQ. QQQ gap filled. The MACD is slightly bullish, but again, this is another floor hope trap. Let's see where the POC is. We are right on POC. So anything below POC was dangerous because POC was saying that we are at these levels. QQQ is ranging on as well. Previous day 9:30 a.m. open. So yeah, anything above that was dangerous, sure, but anything below that was dangerous as well, right? That's a fair statement. Every time we went lower like that, we just keep buying back up to that level. Every time we go past that level, we keep dumping past to that level. Just crushing everyone's dream completely. Whether it's bears, whether it's calls. Right on POC. The MACD is not bearish, not bullish. I don't know if this horizontal sloping is still in line. We're still playing out. It's 220 gap fill in QQQ. And it's testing our patience for real by not doing anything in between everything. In between everything, right? In between all the EMAs, in between all the levels, 4 p.m., 9:30 open, VWAP, POC above, so literally in between everything. SPY in between POC and VWAP. $220. This might be a rejection. 220 rejection at 217. Candles are coming in thick. Wow. 215 rejection to 220. 215 rejection to 220 rejection to 220 on SPY. Yeah. So the cycles are a little bit mixed, but by 1 minute, right? This is 217. This is 217. So actually, this is 222. 220 rejection into 225 possibly playing out. 220 rejection into 225 possibly playing out. Our time is 2:21, so it's deciding at 2:20 what to do right now. It is deciding at 2:20 what to do right now. Let's see. There's no consecutive candles coming in. It's still 2:20. It's about to be 2:25. Okay, I'm gonna take 2 puts. I'm in. It's SPX. Holy shit. I'm out. $100 profit. 1,082. Holy shit. Man, that was fucking crazy. 1 minute spike down. QQQ going down lower. I don't care. It's at 1.2k, well, whatever. Whatever. I made the deduction correct though. 220 into 225 they're going crazy, but I don't really care. I got the spike down. All I care is that I get to leave. SPX moves crazy, so just leave and this spike down, I would say 225 and then figure it out. 225. I was eyeing that shit for a long time though. That SPX put, I was eyeing it for a long time. I was waiting until that shit went. That shit literally went to $320. It went to $320 at 220 and then went to 5 something and then I got it and then yeah, that shit's spiking. Now it's at 600. It's beautiful. I got in for 4.8. Sold it at 5.35 or 5 point. $5.4. Mish said maybe you should add SPX chart to the live. Honestly, I think I'm gonna pay the subscriber $300 so I could get the SPX put to call ratio, and I'm gonna just stream that on a different web. But I'm gonna have to like flip back from that to this because yeah. But this shit's a lot of money. But it literally tells you where all the puts are, where all the calls are on SPX on the chart live. Like it's crazy. And the fact that we're doing this right, we're literally deducting and we could see where everybody's puts are, where everybody's calls are on SPX. It's actually insane. But yeah, there's this YouTuber, streamer. His name is Pi-Fi guys. He streams that right now, but like literally. I'm gonna do basically the same thing, but while I'm deducting live, so that I could see all this and then print. But basically, what he does is he shows the calls and puts live, and that's the only thing he shows, and the only thing he cares about is gamma strike and gamma expiry, gamma exposure, and shit like that. But honestly, using stuff like that, live market data, with the power of deduction, probably honestly is what made me print like crazy, because before I live streamed and before I was on my friends WhatsApp group telling them all this, I was literally just sending them screenshots of SPX put to call ratio, being like, hey, if we do this setup and then dump here, or if we do this setup and blow up here, all these people are trapped down here, look at all these calls, look at all these puts. Like, it's so helpful. It's so helpful. But there's a reason why it's live data. You gotta pay $400 or $500 for it every month because it's live. It's so helpful. It's way too helpful. It's almost cheating, but that is what institutional traders are doing every single day, every single second of the market. So that's what really good futures players do too, right? They observe the market by looking at the order book, right? They don't really look at the candle structure or whatever. They try to decipher the market book, and that is literally what's going on. Market is selling. Wow. 2:30 time is 2:30. It's just weird candles with dragging lower on the QQQ gap down, right? Or gap filled, and then dump after the gap fill. Not a dump, but like a small whatever. Small size. 10-minute pullback. 10-minute pullback to show people what? The floor, right? This is the floor. 230 is the floor. So if we bounce back up, these are what? Floor hopers, right? If we do keep going lower, then we have the possibility. But all I'm saying is these candles were jumpy, so expect them to be jumpy. That is a crazy, look at that crazy trend line. Whatever is going on here is a crazy trend line forming. Off 1145, 1240, 150, 230. Time is 2:30 p.m. Look at that candle. That is a weird candle. 230 bounce at 227. 230 bounce at 227. Candles are weird. This is a crazy chart. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is a crazy chart. 4 bounces on the horizontal support on QQQ, and SPY went lower into 150, into 230, and then it's coming back up. This shit is wild. There's a lot of floor hoping, showing, right? 1, 2, or 1 floor hope, 2 floor hope, 3 floor hope showing. This is absolutely wild. Going back to where? Previous day, 9:30, 4 p.m. close. This is disgustingly wild. This is one cycle too, off of 227 into 230. And what's gonna happen at 230? It's gonna decide, you know what I mean? Into 235 at 230. But this shit is wild. The market is moving. Market is moving crazy. Yeah, literally, they make people bearish, and then if you don't leave, right? Make people bearish. I left the moment this gap down, by the way. I joined and I left the moment this gap down, but like if you don't leave, like seriously, they just cook you alive. Like, in a frying pan. Wow. Pushing up into 231. So this is 230 still up here, but higher than 230. Deciding what to do into 235. Crazy. Every single time we go show the floor, some people are stepping in to buy back because this is the easy target they could see. But like the fact that we did that 4 or 6 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times going down and up, going down and up, down and up is unbelievable to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 almost on SPY. Look at that POC touching. Look at that. 9:30 a.m. previous day level touching. Yeah, I mean, just can you tell me how somebody would be trading if they don't have these levels marked? Wouldn't they just be like, "Oh, guys, the candles are red. Oh, guys, the candles are green. Oh, guys, the candles are red. Oh, guys, the candles are green. Oh, there's a resistance. Oh, there's a support." Like that's literally like what I'm trying to like say. 'Cause that's literally like not good. That's like the reality. This is 230 is up here. 230 bounced at 230 into 230. So we'll see what happens at 230 or 235. So it's gonna be 235 in 4 seconds. right? 235 looking like wild. It's looking like wild. This is still 230 up here. So 227. Oh. 227 could represent 225, right? So we'll leave it like that, technically, okay? Or is this 230 into 240 or 235? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this. Something like this. And two. So ranging up, ranging down, ranging up, ranging down. A lot. What a day. We dumped off and we're holding on POC. Time is 2:30. SPY is going lower and QQQ is not. So 235 rejection, tiny bit trying. Off of POC. They both have POC. SPY and QQQ both has POC now. Something's about to happen, I think. There has to be more bears to burn, right? Like, I don't know. To go down for the 7th time is crazy work. They're doing it. It's crazy work. Okay, no they're not. Time is 2:40. There's so many bears. There's no way, right? There's bear trap, bear trap, bear trap, bear trap. No, bear trap, bear trap. This is crazy. We gotta run up a little bit, no? They somehow burning all the calls too while they burning the puts. Like, this is crazy. Trying to go higher. right? Uh, uh, just nothing. Trying to go nowhere. That's the word. trying, trying to go nowhere. Time is 2:40. We are above POC. Building into 240, into 240 showing. So 235 rejection was fake into 235, and then they bounced it at 235 into 240. So it's getting interesting. Now it's bear trapping everybody in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The volume is so trash though. I don't know how they're doing this. Volume is trash. They're doing it anyway because people are down there full. Eh, the bulls are coming back alive? Or no? That's what I see from 150. The bulls are coming back alive, right? From 150 to 240 trying. Right, the cycles are saying we're holding. The cycles are saying higher high, but a higher low. The market is showing us that. It's 240. Above the previous day 4 p.m. close. Every time they go above the previous day 4 p.m. close, like everybody is feeling, and they make everybody feel like we're gonna fly, 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 right? It really does. Every single time we go above it. Even right there, I thought we were gonna run. Even right there, I thought we were gonna run to somewhere here. But like, yeah, every single time we go above it, it keeps bringing us down, back below it. So that's also something to keep in mind. A rejection off of 240 looks like. I'm not gonna trade this. I'm just gonna watch. But yeah, there is some sort of rejection. This could be a quick little back below. But to trade this is to trade no confirmation shorting. So they are going lower into 245. Time is 245. You see how this candle is lower than this candle at 243, right? It is now. This signifies 245. 245 rejection into 240. Oh, I can't even talk. 240 rejection into 245. I said this 9:30 and 4 p.m. level is making everything not playable long term for now. So get in, get out, most likely. This is one cycle. This is one cycle. 240 into 245. One single cycle. It's so fast. It's absolutely so fast. Ranging like crazy today, QQQ. Like insane here. At 245, bounce trying at 243. Right? 245 bounce trying now. There's literally just no point. Better to watch until lotto time, and then lotto time comes and there's something gonna happen. Most likely. The low of the day is holding and it has held. Low of the day is holding and has held. Time is 2:45. It's so fast that you can't even enter and exit this probably. Until like unless someone's going in here and then leaving, like it's so hard. There's barely any money chasing. Even going long from 245 into 250, like it's so hard. There's no movement. Chris said, "Here comes the bear burger." We'll see. I think if there's a bear burger, it's coming at 3:30, where when everybody's out. But a bull burger, I could see into 3:30 because there's a crap ton of bears. There's a crap ton of bears. So, what if we run into 3:30, like lock them out, and then I don't know. That's speculation, though. What I'm saying. There's no need to speculate on anything. Just to go cycle by cycle, and once we are there, make the best deduction possible. When I was drawing this in pre-market today, I was saying like the range is super tight. And SPY too, if you look at the range on previous day 4 p.m. and 9:30, it's super tight, right? I was like, that's kind of weird, like 637.14, 637.4. They tested that thing so fast on SPY and forgot about it, and then they literally went to it, destination, and now we're just hovering here and the entire day. So that is interesting to see. But doing this, right, allows you to, number one, see where the gap is, but also number two, you could see how strong QQQ is compared to SPY, or you could see how weaker QQQ is compared to SPY. By waking up in the pre-market and you just see like how far SPY is gapped up compared to QQQ, how far QQQ is gapped up compared to SPY, and just be like, oh, okay. That's weird. Let me go look at, some tech news, or let me go look at Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia gapped up today on China news. Okay, QQQ is more bullish than SPY. Blah 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 blah. I said that in the pre-market today, but I only woke up and like looked at the pre-market for literally 15-20 minutes, and I said that, right? But there's just ways you could deduct. Damn, they're going lower. Structured fast. Structure super fast. 245 bounce failing. Time is 250. This is 250. 270, what the 250? Okay, because we bounced until when 245. We bounced until when 240. 244, 245. So that's 245 bounce failure into 250. Because that was the confirmation to short. I'm sorry, I'm talking right now and I'm not focused. You know what I'm saying? But there wasn't enough time for me to say if it bounce failed. Time is 250. Time is 250. I see it as a good trade from 245 to 250. I don't know about more. I see it as a good trade from 245 into 250 because zero DTs move crazy. And they probably moved crazy on that. It's just, yeah, to go chase right now is a little bit risky. They might go a little bit lower, but yeah, it's just a little bit risky. Look at his head and shoulders though. 235, 240, 245 into 250, right? 235, 240, 245 into 250. That is beautiful to see. That is literally the market cycling and market creating tiny head and shoulders here and there. Time is 250. And a bounce is trying, showing. Bounce is trying, showing. No matter how small, it is bringing the candles up. On QQQ and on SPY. So maybe it's acting as a support or resistance for now. Or a retest breakdown happening. I don't know. Time is 250 only. Look at the 5-minute candle. It's trying to squeeze south. QQQ 5-minute candle squeezing south. It might be way too easy, but the candles are saying we're gonna squeeze south right now. Right? The candles are saying we're about to squeeze south right now. Let's see. There's no volume, no MACD, no volume, no MACD. Time is 2:52. Hey, I mean to think it's gonna go south out of nowhere right now is basically maybe hope, but like the 5-minute candles are stacking. That's the only thing. It's stacking. However, the volume in MACD is no bearish symptom at all. Right? So let's see how this candle closes in 2 minutes. By 2:55, candle's gonna close. Look at QQQ flashing down, right? Flashing up, flashing down. So it really depends on how this candle's gonna close in 2 minutes. QQQ going southward. Look at that. This shit is south. This shit is south for sure. For short time. still scared to chase though. Yeah, 253 went lower too, so this is 255. 255. They did go lower into 255. It's just, only algos can leave. Only algos can leave and make any sort of profit. I mean, the puts look primed to get eaten. Let's look at the calls. Calls have been getting eaten. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. Some of these calls literally went from $3,700 at open to $600. It's disgusting. $255. 255 bounce on QQQ. 255 bounce. Rejecting on SPY. Hmm. Slow moving red candles. SPY pushing lower into 255 itself. Time is 256. So this is the real direction since 250 and 245, 250, 255, and now that it's 255. Let's see. There's a big ass divergence on QQQ and SPY right now, right? It's smaller cycle, so yep, direction south. Real direction south. Holy shit, that is a sell-off and a half. Jesus Christ. No way. I was low-key scared to go puts because it kind of looked like it was going to get shredded, but like then things went crazy. Wow. Wow, then things went crazy. That is a fast move. Yeah, it just went from 650 to 820 or 850 in 1 minute or a couple of minutes. That shit was super fast. That is 255. 255 bounce is trying. QQQ is bouncing at 3. So fast. Time is 3. Wow, we are near the floor again. Or floor hope happening again. But QQQ is selling this time. This might be different. We'll see. We will see. It's jumping crazy. No way, right? It's jumping crazy. Time is 3. Time is 3. Three PM is bouncing. After the 250. 5 rejection. 255 rejection and 2. 3. This is 2. 3. 257 is a low of that cycle on SPY. Fed rate cut this. Yeah, FOMC, Federal Reserve rate cut tomorrow. And let's look at the 5-minute candle. From here to here. Look at the consecutive candle. Into 250, and then 250 into 3, and now that is 3. 255 into 3, 3 p.m. is here. This is 3 p.m. Time is 3. Time is 3. Power hour is starting, and in 30 minutes, Robinhood will eat up all the SPY and QQQ0DT options. And at 3:30 will be Lotto. Chris De Niro said, "Power hour, B rolled." You're my type of guy, man. Nah, it's so funny. Some of you guys are actually, bro. I've known you guys for a long time, and I'm glad to see you guys here. And hopefully you guys stop by too when Josh comes back, and you guys go back there too. But sometimes you guys want to deduct yourself on here, come around, join our WhatsApp community because yeah. Good to see some familiar faces around, right? Good positivity, bounce, 255 into 3 for now, right? Yeah, good positive vibes all around is what we want around our community so that we can print with each other, so that we are all deducting together and not making, hopefully, silly mistakes, too much risk without, risk analysis, so that we could deduct as best as we can. Because at the end of the day, brothers and sisters, at the end of the day, there's so many possibilities in the time that you could deduct in that most of the time, like you are gonna get it right, maybe, but like you're not gonna get every single one right. And the fact is, you need people around you to tell you like logical, realistic, logic facts that you could really, deduct and read and try to like recalibrate yourself on, if that makes sense, right? If that makes sense, yeah. So community is a strong. Time is 3:03, so 3:05, 3:05. Bounce from 3 to 3:05. Technically, QQQ is a little bit mixed. I don't really know because the 302 is sticking. So yeah, this could be like this. Could be like this. Right? Cycles are super tight right now. Let's just see what happens. This is a 305 rejection on SPY. QQQ is at 567.9. SPY is at 635.4. So a dollar below yesterday's low. We are hovering at the bottom of the horizontal support. Captain Chaotic said, can you go over the deduct process real quick? You know why I keep saying the word deduct? I don't know why, but like a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, I saw this drama on Amazon Prime, and it was just talking about like this like squadron that's like moving through the desert, right? And like one of them is like a trader, and the guy and the interpreter goes, technically like I'm not speculating here. I'm deducting. Blah blah blah. I'm an interpreter. Blah blah blah. I'm supposed to interpret things, and I was like, yo, that shit's kind of like tough. Like it's sticking with me, and I don't know why that stuck with me, right? But just constantly saying that, like cringy, like I'm deducting, deducting, has helped me honestly stop, like guessing. As much as that sounds cringy, right? It really has helped me. This is the reason why I keep like, oh, deduct, because there's a massive difference between deducting. Deducting is you are basing your educational guess off of things that really exist in front of your eyes, like the candles, the time confirmation, the MACD, the environment, whatever it is that you see, that's real, right? Guessing, speculating, and estimating is based on things that are not real, like pre-market making you bearish or bullish, right? Or you think you waking up on Monday and thinking like, oh, today's about to be bullish because I don't know something something, or like today's about to be bearish because of something something. All that really matters is that the market is making us do that on purpose. So every single day you just wake up and you love yourself and you don't care about anything else. You don't care about what they're showing you. The only thing you care about is the fact that you could cycle through the cycles and just try to just wait and then see, when you see it, you go. That's hard to explain, right? Like everyone has a different like you see it, you go, right? But it's just yeah, it really just starts with your mindset, calmness, and your mindset is the beginning of everything. And the beginning of change is what I say to everybody, because trading is something deeper than just you know. I really think trading has a lot to do with like spirituality and like just being educated and everything, but I have no idea. Maybe I'm getting too deep with that too. Time is 2:10. 2:10. At the end of the day, you're building a belief in yourself. That's what I think is the most important thing. You're building some sort of a confidence belief in yourself. Wow. They're going higher into 310. I don't know, the MACD and volume not really helping both sides, but still they're bear trapping off of that low at 3. Off of that low at 255 into 305. Time is 3:10. Time is 3:10. Let's just focus here. This range has been used like crazy today. Insane. So we are going higher from 3 to 305, but in like a 5-minute chopping way, which means it's gonna look sus. It's not even 5-minute chopping way. Maybe it is. I don't know. QQQ is SPY is looking nice and bullish since 255. So look at the difference by 5 minutes, and they're going high on that. QQQ trying to reject and SPY trying to run. So one of them is going to be correct here, right? QQQ is going to pull back, SPY is going to pull back, or SPY is going to run, and QQQ is going to be fake pulling back, and we're going to be 5-minute chopping up. Time is 3:09, so in 3 minutes maybe we got a clearer answer. 3:10. Yeah, I'm really not going to be surprised if what Edison says happens, because every single time they make the market look bearish into close, right? It literally somehow goes back up. It's crazy. So it's like every single time the market makes it look bearish and then we sell off into close, it's like the opportunity to go long into the next day, which is a crazy thing to say. I mean, I'm not saying do that today, right? If you look at the 1 hour, it's not good. If you look at the 1 hour today, it's not good. But I'm just saying, like, it's kind of nuts how we've been doing that for literally 3 weeks or something. Down, up, close down. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But today we closed below yesterday's high, so it's an engulfing candle from the top. So we'll see what happens until Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. There is a gap below, which is kind of interesting. Some sort of a flag. Crazy flag. QQQ looking like it's breaking the wedge line that we drew earlier. Looking like it, right? It is 310. So 305 rejection into 310 happening on QQQ, right? And 310 rejection. No, sorry, this is a 310 rejection into 315. This is a 310 rejection into 315 happening. Whereas it's only 310. You guys understand what I'm saying? Like, holy crap, that's a big ass candle on QQQ. Wow. That is a big candle on QQQ. Breaking the trend line. SPY is not. SPY is not. Time is 3:10. So the market is deciding what to do right now at 3:10. We started the rejection at 3:10 into 3:10. The market is deciding right now what to do from 3:10 into 3:15. Whether we bounce into 3:15, whether we go lower into 3:15, God knows. Well, only the market knows. I'm kidding about God knows, but yeah. Market is deciding. They could do anything here because the candles, yeah, look like, yeah, sure, we're gonna break it. Technical traders come in, but like, back to trend line. So MACD not there, volume not there. It's just QQQ line broke, so maybe people getting bearish on that, or maybe time is 3:10. So 3:10 bounce, right? Cycles are getting tight. 3:10 rejection to 3:10 bounce. 3:10 rejection into 3:10 bounce. Deciding what to do. Not deciding what to do, but decided to go higher from 3:10, trying into time is 3:15. 3:15. So this is a 3:10 bounce, smaller cycle. Everything is smaller now. This is still counting as a 3:10 rejection. because this is the shit. Cycles are super tight, making people confused now. Time is 1:15. That is a 1:15 bounce off of 110. Alright, I'm going to look at SPX in comparison to the SPY chart, okay, in 5 minutes. You see how this high, right, broke, right? Technically speaking, this is 310 high somewhere here. And this is standing as a 310 floor because, yeah. So we'll see what happens. QQQ. Fifteen minutes, Robinhood closes. We're barcoding at the floor. We're barcoding at the floor. 5-minute candles aren't. Oops. Sorry, I was supposed to look at QQQ. 315. Tiny rejection trying. SPY squeezing. Trying. And failing. Time is still 3:15, so we have 1 more minute until we have some sort of answer into 3:20. It's barcoding here like crazy on this little thing, on this little trend line breakdown or whatever the hell that was. Let's see where SPY POC is. SPY POC is right where we're playing. QQQ POC is right where we're playing. Time is 3:20. Wow. Wow. It's going lower. This is going lower. I'm gonna go on SPX put right now, I think. $790. I'm in one. That is crazy.
I'm out. 770. I'm out. I'm out. They failed me. They fucking failed me. Wow. That shit went immediately when I bought. Let's fucking go. Time is 3:20. That was a crazy candle. That was a crazy candle. I went the moment that crazy candle came in. That shit was a crazy candle. That candle came in. I joined at 3:17. I mean, that could be a bear trap itself, but like literally, that's 1 minute trade. If you're able to see that red candle and you go in and you leave immediately in 1 minute, I think you got like a, I don't know, $50 plus from 690. And calls got shredded. I mean, puts have the ability to get shredded though. That's the thing. They're crazy high. Like look at the SPX put right now. Time is 9:32. The fuck was that? That was a bull trap, I feel like. Unnatural cycle right here. And this is an unnatural cycle. Whatever's going on right now, this is unnatural. It's unnatural. It's trapping one side to go one side, looks like. I mean, but looking bearish, right? That's not good, right? If you want to go bearish, you want the shit to go north. So time is 3:20. Time is 3:20, and it's deciding what to do. QQQ is near the floor at 3:20. Like floor, I'm talking about as in this floor. Small cycle. Small cycle. It's not doing anything. Oh my, it's going now. SPX. Time is almost 3:20. This will be 3:20, and this will be 3:35 if we get one more red candle. If not, this is 3:20 bounce. If not, 3:23 in 24 seconds. 3:25. 3:25. There's a possibility that we're going lower. Tiny bit into 3:23. Into 3:23. Looks like we are. Alright, the puts are winning. For now. The puts are winning for Lotto for now. You know what I'm saying? That's an important word. For now. Right? Since 3:15 into 3:20. Since 3:15 into 3:25 for 10 minutes now. So let's see what happens. QQQ is losing support on this horizontal whatever the hell this shit is, okay? SPY is still above the horizontal support, which is weird. That's very weird. Okay, so SPY could go out of nowhere dramatically with QQQ, or it's not. We'll see. It's just weird. The puts are getting spiked up now. Time is 3:25. Time is 3:25.
The 5 minute says. The 5 minute candle says we're bearish, but nothing other than the 5 minute candle says we're bearish. Nothing other than the candles say we're bearish, which is weird. The MACD is bearish on QQQ. That's about it. That's about it. And we just got a gap up candle at 923. So this is a 925 bounce for now. Sorry, I can't even talk. 325 bounce for now. 325 bounce for now. QQQ gapped up 1 minute. SPY deciding what to do. Time is 325. SPX looking bearish today. All day long. Lotto time is here. QQQ looking bearish into close. Since 240. Let's see if we get some sort of a push down or not. Let's see if we get some sort of a push down here or not. QQQ gap filled. Time is 325 itself. The MACD has to come in bearish for this shit to stick. Okay? The MACD has to turn bearish for this shit to stick. QQQ already bearish. Okay? SPY, not really. So we'll see what happens with SPY. But it looks like QQQ is going. Okay? It looks like QQQ is going, or it has went. So time is still 325. It's 326. So 34 minutes until close. Wow, dude, that's a dramatic sell though. The last 10 minutes or something. Looking like not much, but like honestly, it kind of went. It kind of went from 315, or yeah, 315. Damn, that put I sold earlier is at 860 now. Wow, that's fucked. I mean, I can't. Yeah, it's for me to hold like that. It's gonna take something. I mean, the environment is bearish today, right? So if someone's holding, they could print and they leave into this shit. But like, holy crap, man. Holy crap. Wow. Unbelievable. It's at $910 now. Congratulations for whoever hit that lotto. Man, what a fucking rip. Time is 3:27. So it means time is 3:30. This is Robinhood close time. Okay. Into lotto, they broke down the horizontal sloping support. And they kept going on QQQ. On SPY, they just broke it into 3:30. What a trade. What a trade. I wish I could have held that a little bit more, but I mean, hey, I'm glad I got the biggest spike when I got my shit out. Yeah, that's crazy. Because the MACD wasn't even there, bullish or bearish. It was just like, it was just like QQQ showing bearish. So look, SPY, QQQ gap down 1 minute and they're going again. There's a gap here. QQQ gap above. Gap down again. Right here. This shit could gap fill at 567. Anything below that is dangerous in my opinion, but yeah, they're going. What if they rip down and come back up at 355 too? So that's possible. And they're selling crazy now. I don't know about more, but yeah, that was just dramatic. Dramatic 5-minute acceleration downwards. Time is 3:30. Time is 3:30. Gap down and holding, looks like, for now. Wow. Gap down and holding. Crazy. That's how bearish they are. They gap down and they're holding and pushing down. Everybody is selling, 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 trying. Or showing that they are. Okay, gap fill possible now. 330 bounce is a 330 bounce at 329. Gap fill is possible. $0.45 below LOD. So 330 bounce. Last safe exit showing us 329 for now, right? 1 minute. The only reason why people have to leave and profit is because there's a gap above too. So you want to basically print one full cycle, leaving max profit, right? So that literally means at some point you gotta take your profit. At some point you gotta just wait and watch for them to do what they want to do. QQQ. Gap at 567.55. So playing with a 10-cent difference. If they push QQQ down, SPY is not bouncing here. I'll tell you that right now. But like, they could trap more and then gap fill, and then not release that until 4. So I'm just saying they're going lower with the gap fill. They're pushing down. This is, yeah, dangerous stuff. Dangerous stuff. Dangerous stuff. Like if someone shorted QQQ 0DT puts, congrats. Like sure, but like what the hell is this? You gonna hold into that and you gonna wait? Like come on. The risk is insane. The risk is ginormous. 330 bounce at 329. QQQ 330 bounce at when? 332, right? So this is the last time for QQQ to bounce at 330, technically speaking. So we'll see what happens right now into 335 in 10 seconds. They're wilding out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 305. Time is 335. Time is 335. Look where we're playing at. Pretty insane how we came to this bottom of the wedge line, trend line, or horizontal support, whatever the hell you want to call this on SPY. Pretty crazy how we're there right now at Lotto times, right? Pretty insane. That is actually insane though. Like what? It really did look bullish here. It looked bullish here, and then they were like, nope, nope, nope. Made people buy calls, and then shred them into close. Shred them into close. Time is 3:35. Time is 3:35. Looks like QQQ gap filled while we were talking. 567.55, 567.55. So gap filled. QQQ gap filled. They could do whatever they want. 355, right? So lower, 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 bearish, I think. But we're looking at one candle. This is crazy, bro. I'm telling you, they're doing some lotto shit, but like, yeah, this is dangerous stuff. I don't know if they're gonna go break the floor, but this is crazy stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. LOD breaking, guys. LOD breaking. LOD breaking. Holy that's how you trade, folks. That's the lotto. LOD gonna break. Okay, we're gonna dump into close and we're gonna revert at some point into 4 p.m. looking like holy fuck. Holy this could be LOD hope too, but all I'm saying is that's crazy. If somebody went in at 335, they probably got the best trade of the day. I'm not gonna lie, that's like some dumb dump. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Have mercy on our souls, huh? Wow. LOD. 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 Look at the QQQ. QQQ gap down 1 minute. LOD. New LOD. Floor broke. New floor. Today is a dump day. Today is a dump day. Okay? They're dumping on the bulls. Big time. They're dumping on the bulls today big time. Today is a full-on dump day. Look at this shit. At the end of the day, lotto time, they literally say the wind is south. Crazy. Time is 3:36, okay? When everybody's euphoric, when everybody's scared right now, you need to what? You need to focus on the primary factors that work for you, which is, I don't know what works for you, but works for me is time and cycle confirmation. So I'm going to focus right now on time and cycle confirmation and that alone. Time is 3:36. That is crazy dump. That is one hell of an accelerated dump. I don't, yeah. He said all targets hit. Yo, guess how much the put went? The shit? Man, you won't even believe this, right? You won't even believe this. Guys, the put from 315, right? That was at $900 is at 1.7k. 1.8k. That is how you trade and you be done for the day since 315. Go look at the put contract, bro. Them bitches are going through, the roof. Like, almighty. If somebody held through that entire cycle, like, yeah, you're Superman basically. But literally, that was the best trade of the day. Yes, in hindsight, sure, but still, that is crazy. That is a deduction you could have made based off of a lot of things. But what did I say? The moment that one candle, big ass red candle came, right? What did I say here? We going. We fucking going. Man. Okay. That's disgusting. Time is 3:40. Time is 3:40. They dumped the market into close. They dumped the market into close. Let's see what happens at 3:40 now. LOD. Unbelievable bearishness. Wow. After the floor broke, they're just going. Okay. 3:40. I just did $100 scalp, but like that shit's crazy. Wow. What the fuck? I'm sorry for my language, guys. This is absolutely insane. 3:40 LOD. There's no reversion at all yet. You're going lower and lower and lower. The bounce is possibly coming now, but yet that is insane. 634. 634. We started the day at 638, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 638. QQQ started the day at 572. 572, and then we went to 566. So I'm pretty sure people on QQQ printed way more today than SPY. Let me see. Man, dude, them puts literally went from $900 to 2.1K. $900 to 2.1K since 315. That is disgusting. QQQ. QQQ is down like 1% from the peak top. SPY 0.25. SPY is down 0.5% almost. QQQ went down double. Wow. QQQ went down like 90% or 0.9%. Some crazy number. Time is 3:40. This is a 3:40 bounce at 3:39. There's a 3:40 bounce at 3:39. Let's go look at SPX real quick, okay? SPX says we were bearish all day. Look at that gap. You guys see that SPX 1 minute gap? Oh, I thought there was a huge gap here. Never mind. Sorry. Yeah, we just ripped down from POC. That's disgusting. Okay, so we're gonna use the power of pivot point analysis and deduction to close the day off, even from 3:40 into 4. All right. So there's 3:40 right now, right? So there's 3:45, 3:50, 3:55 remaining into 4 p.m. Right. At some times you guys can see, right? Your 3:56, 3:57, 3:58, 3:59 represents 3:55, and then you just see them pump or dump like crazy, and then revert in the last minute. That's, you know, something that you gotta just experience yourself and then see. But yeah. What a dump. People could have easily been done off that. Literally 1K to like 2.3K or something. Time is 3:45.
QQQ bounced up from 340. SPY looking a little bit weaker, but it did as well. The 5-minute candle on SPY says we dumped off wild at the end. We dumped off wild at the end today. LOD is at 335 for now. That was very unexpected, but the moment that one candle came, everybody in the world was like, alright, here we go. Everybody in the world was like, alright, here we go. That one candle came from that hedge fund or smart money. So now we gone. Now we gone. Now we gone. That's literally what happened. Looks like. $340 bounce into 335. MACD is dying. Bearish side. From the bottom. So the possibility is, right, 345, 350, close, or 350, close, or reject, 355, revert up to 4 p.m. There's many possibilities still, is what I'm saying. But it's basically 3 or 4 possibilities now, and as the time gets closer to 4, there will be less and less possibilities that are possible because of the environment, the setup, MACD, cycle, and time. 345. Bouncing up. We could just run it up from here and then close somewhere too. That's a possibility. Or we get a new LOD in 10 minutes and then we close after getting a new LOD. We'll see. The MACD is coming in bullish on the 1-minute candle, right? So if they are going south, they're showing that they're not going to go south. And there's only 2 checkpoints left. 350, 355. $345, $345. This is the 350 candle. 350 candle. 350 looks like it's going higher. $350 candle looking like it's going higher. Right? Time is 3:47. Time is 3:50. The MACD is building north. This is the chart for the day for now. HOD at 9:30, LOD at 3:40, and then wind is what from 3:40? North or neutral until the candles and the chart tells us it's not, right? What time did we get a confirmation that the floor broke? Somewhere here, right? There's no way people would have went unless they saw the one big ass candle here at 3:34 and then went and they were like, fuck it, we going. And then they went and printed crazy.
People, I'm pretty sure people did that with like, F you money or screw you money or profit money, but still, that is a very good risk to reward ratio because of the environment we are in, because of the today, being bearish. So they were just doing that. Setup is saying that deduction was leading to that. So yeah, time is 3:50. Time is 3:50. The MACD is bullish, not bearish. MACD bullish, not bearish. What an ending. Looking like they're actually running into 350 itself on SPY, right? And QQQ. Not yet. There's still 2 or 3 minutes for 350 QQQ to push up. Okay, that's the candle to leave. That's the candle to leave on QQQ. That's probably the candle to, you know what I mean, leave on QQQ calls because of spike up, you know what I'm saying? Look at that shit, right? At 350. I literally called out the moment I saw that. Actually, before that big ass new candle came out, I was like, let's see if we get a green candle into 350, right? We have 3 minutes left in 350. So, yeah, I mean, it's possible that we do go higher, but 350 mark is 351, 352, right? SPY is going. QQQ, maybe it was scaring people out, but I was saying leave on the top of that green candle. That's what I was saying. They're still showing this as a exit for 350, right? So we'll see. Time is 3:50. If we are gonna retest, then we're gonna rip down in 5 minutes or less, or 7 minutes or less. But I mean, the possibility is less, unless somebody in the world with big ass money just sells like crazy right now. The candles build, 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 but we'll see. Time is 3:51. The candles might be building, building, building. Time is 3:51. There's not that much time left. There's 9 minutes left. 8 minutes if you only count the checkpoint to 3:55. These candles are jumpy. These candles are jumpy. So yes, they might go down into 3:55 and then revert up, but the possibility is a little bit lower than not. That's all I'm saying. Even if they show big ass red, I would leave at some point because I don't know, the MACD saying bullish, kind of. Not on the 5 minute, but on the 1 minute. And these people are gonna do whatever the hell they want. So whether it's on the 5 minute MACD, whether it's on the 1 minute MACD, you don't want to hope. That's the only thing. You just want to run away and max profit and let someone else hope. So time is 3:55 in 15 seconds. SPY is going lower. QQQ is trying to bounce, right? So one of them is faking big time into 3:55. I'll tell you that right now. One of them is faking big effing time. We'll see. QQQ 3:55 push coming. SPY bouncing at 3:55, 3:53, right? So this is a 3:55 pushing north on QQQ. SPY 3:55 bounce for now. No trade that I see. This is looking like if you went call to exit sometime, but looking like the LOD is holding. Looking like the LOD is holding unless they do some crazy shit in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes, which is nearly impossible. At this point, chances are we're going to run up and close with this divergence, or not divergence, but floor set at 340. Chances are there's a divergence on the roof. QQQ at 9:40 a.m. today, and SPY 9:30 HOD. Right, there's 0% chance that we're gonna go break the roof right now, right? There is basically what, maybe I would say like 17% chance we go break the LOD, 10, like maybe 5% chance we go break the LOD and close. There's about 95% chance that we close the day somewhere up here. Time is 3:54, so there's only what, 3:55, 3:56, 3:57, 3:58. That's 4 minutes for the checkpoint of 3:55, and then 4 p.m. we'll close the day off. 3:54. It's nothing. Even though they're showing, confirmation to short. Confirmation to short what? Like, there's no time. QQQ is saying go higher into 3:55. Holy shit. Man. Nah. They could do it in 4 minutes right now. I ain't gonna lie, but like, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I swear it'll take some crazy amount of money. I'll tell you that right now. That's a whole ass dollar, so there's no way they could do this shit in $4 unless they fucking pour in billions of dollars. But LOD is already set at 340. 355. So 350 rejection into 355 looking like for now, right? Or 355 rejection. 4 p.m. Bot is still closed, I think, somewhere in between the two pivot points, which means it's above the 340 LOD, right? SPX just draining puts now after they spiked, looking like, and they close off the day. Going down, QQQ going lower. Time is 3:56. So there's still 3 minutes left, and they're actually doing it. They're at the midpoint of this little pump. That is effing crazy if they do it in 3 minutes. Let's see. Time is 3:55. Rejection started. Time is 3:55. 3:56. So it's deciding what to do right now at 3:55, 3:56 in 3 minutes, or in 2 minutes now because candle is 3:57. Right here, there's floor hopers, there's more call hopers, there's more everything hopers, but like everything is hoping until, you know what I'm saying? It's deduction to a certain degree, but like because of the time, because of the time slot it has left, the chances are, wow, looking like they're about to do it. That's crazy, but yeah, I mean they would have to do it lightning fast in one candle and then flash up. Looking like not doing it. Look at QQQ though. That's absolutely wild how they went close to it. There's 2 minutes left until 3:59. Marking 3:55. 5-minute candle. But this is how you truly lotto, folks. Instead of, because this is cycle based and this is deduction based and this is everything else based, environment based, right? What you guys do, just not. $3.59 in 45 seconds. It looks like this pivot point is holding at 340. It looks like the market's gonna close. But like I said, the 359 candle is marking 355, so We are about to see anything and everything in about 22 seconds. Yeah, what a serious chop fest during lotto time. Time is 3:59 in 3 seconds. Here we go. Looking like the market is closing. 25. So I guess the lotto was south and then north. Like, what a serious chop fest. Yep, 4 p.m. close. Yep, it was not a south, right? I literally told you the probability is so low that it's not a south, right? Even though Q is there, SPY is holding way up there. So yeah, 4 p.m. What a day! Wow. Okay, thank you all for being here, guys. I hope you all had a God bless day and have a wonderful